It is Fractal time. Hello everybody, how are you doing? We're here with late start, as usual. Hope you all are doing fine. We got Bean over there. As if you didn't notice from last stream, we got a Bean emotes. 2 Bean emotes. Really cute. So, y'all, I hope you had a nice week. We haven't been here since Tuesday. It hasn't been that long, but it feels like it a little bit longer. We've had a few days without a stream. So yeah, hope everybody's been doing fine. Hello everybody who's here. Sora Stephanie Siphon, that's a lot of S's. Gabble, Cryptid, Axias, anyone else I'm missing? RGV. My god, everybody's here. I don't know if I miss anybody. Outpost, hi y'all. So, I figured today is a perfect day to get some work done on the Fractal series. I still don't know exactly which image, but I figured we can figure it out together. I got a lot of ideas. I got a lot of like general ideas without as much of the specifics. So I figured maybe we can work that out. I tend to think better out loud. At least like I tend to think more efficiently if I'm explaining something to someone. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all. When you have to articulate your thoughts to explain it to another person, suddenly you have to like put all those like floating words and concepts. You have to like condense them into something that another person can understand, and that really like helps you like focus those concepts a lot. So I have a lot of like floating ideas. I have a lot of like general kind of the world building or the timeline of the Fractal series. It's all in my head. I've explained it a million times. What we need is like the specific steps and specifically the images we gotta use to explain those steps, because the Fractal series is like very, very, very image driven, much more than anything else I do. There's like very few words, lots of images in comparison, like 3 images per part. We've done 9 parts so far, so that's a lot of images. It's mostly told visually, so we don't only need the ideas of the story of what's going to happen, which is really easy to kind of think about. Okay, there's the progression, this is how it's going to happen. We need like visual ways of telling it, which is kind of where you usually get stuck. So yeah, let's figure it out. With that said, hello everybody. Bean, there's some guy talking over your stream. Yeah, I want to get Bean, but he's so comfortable sleeping, and today we went to the vet, so he was a little stressed about that. And I think he deserves a good sleep. He'll definitely like wake up eventually. So whenever he wakes up, we'll get to see Bean. But you can see him currently sipping right there in the corner. He loves to spend the nights here with me because, you know, he's around other people and he likes just being in the same room as people. I arrived to rejoin the branch. Welcome. Welcome, Boris. Join our many arms brothers. Would you tell us the story of the Fractals again? Never heard of them before. We're never drinking Fractal juice. Yeah, we can do a little review of the Fractal series to get everyone up to speed. Like Daniel, who just joined us. Welcome, Daniel. Thank you for the follow. And anyone else who's new here and who might not be super familiar with Fractal series, maybe didn't see it at all or just saw a few parts and doesn't know like the whole continuity. So yeah, we'll definitely like, first thing we'll do, I'll pull up my website and we'll just scroll through it, read through the thing and see where it's going, like the next steps. Bean is a stream mod IRL, exactly. He moderates the stream by just like changing the vibe of it, so he is a stream mod. Fractal gaming? We're not gaming. Copper, welcome. Fractal time, baby. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so first things first, we're gonna do what I said. Let me move OBS to one side. Alright, let's go through the Fractal series. Whoop, that's the end. Spoilers! There we go. Okay, if you guys want to read this at your own pace, or just like look through the images, there's a bunch of little details that you can look through in the images. You can look for my signature, all those sorts of things. I will put a link in the chats that will lead you to exactly the same page I'm in. So you can just scroll down at your own leisure. Excited to be here for the first time. Excited to have you. All right. So Fractal series starts with just an inciting incident. A ship capsizes. This happens in 2006. The timing is important. It's not like the main thing that the specific year it happens in, but we're going to be following a timeline that diverges from our own at this exact time, 2006. So a ship capsizes. This also happened in our world in 2006. A ship capsizes, but in this world, it drops something into the water. The ship called the Cougar Ace drops some spills an unidentified oily liquid into the water, and the first thing we see is that it forms a perfect fractal in the sea. And soon enough, the fish on the area start to be affected. First, it feels like, oh, it's just a chemical spill that's doing weird things. But just a few months later, a hurricane passes through the southern United States and Mexico, and typical hurricane area, and it carries that fractal liquid, that the fractal juice that we affectionately called. It's not officially called that. It's called Hausdorff D2.5 in the canon, or just the fractal if you want to be short, but we call it fractal juice. I'll be referring to it as fractal juice, but don't think it's like the canon name for it. Hello, Sophirian. Thank you for the follow. This hits different with what happened in Ohio. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've seen a few photos of that huge cloud. Really scary. Fractal series brings you gender euphoria. How so? You don't have to explain, but that's the first. That's the first. And just when I got over my fear of the patterns that Uzumaki gave me. Oh yeah, this has a lot of Uzumaki inspiration. Okay, so Hurricane picks up that quote-unquote fractal juice, puts it in the air, and brings it into land. And what started as this kind of localized thing starts expanding. We can see these glowing iridescent clouds over the area affected by the hurricane, and soon enough, some animals start showing signs of being fractalized. Over the next few months, we start seeing things in nature that have been affected first by this sort of fractal wave, showing signs of being affected. As you can see, everything that's affected gains this sort of iridescent, oily pattern. Of course, this kind of has the start of it is an oil spill. So it starts with this chemical contamination thing. So that oily texture serves both as a sign that something is being affected by the fractal, and also it carries a metaphor. Okay, XCS, you have a good night. An inspiration from Annihilation, kind of coincidental. I really liked Annihilation. And the movie also has a lot of those iridescent themes or visual style. I didn't really specifically pick it because of Annihilation, but yeah, there's definitely some relation. Okay, so we're here. It starts affecting nature, and first things we start seeing is things start growing in fractal patterns, and some animals start showing fractalized behaviors. So we can see this in the flocking birds. They're forming what's called a Julia set, or we can see it in this spider that's building a fractal spider web. This is called an Apollonian gasket. You don't need to know the names. I'm just nerding out about fractals. Soon enough, though, those animals and those parts of nature that have been affected by the fractal, soon enough, it gets to us humans. First signs, we start seeing it just a few months after the the fractal hits. It hit land September 2006, December 2006. So it's just been like a few months. We're still very much at the beginning of this. You'll have like weird infections, and it turns out that your normal mouth bacteria have been affected by the fractal, and they start growing and growing and growing and growing these fractal patterns. So what used to be normal mouth bacteria now start taking over and become infectious, because they just start growing in that out of control way. Let me catch up. I'll be trying to catch up as I explain, because I tend to get carried away. So I'll try to catch up with chat if I can remember to. Always been a biblically accurate angel enjoyer. Oh, you'll love Googly. I'll copper. The books are really good. They are. All right. So it first starts affecting us like peripherally. We start getting these weird infections, but soon enough, 2007, like it's already 1 year, or the next year after the first inciting incident happens, people start showing the first signs of fractal infection. So you'll start getting areas of growth, or areas that have potential to grow, like your nails, your intestinal lining, which we haven't shown here, but it's said in the text. Your teeth, they start growing in fractal patterns as well for the people who are affected. And soon enough, it takes hold in the brain. When it takes hold in the brain, we can say that in this MRI here, it starts essentially making it extra wrinkly to an impossible degree, which, as a side note, it is not really explained in the text, it's sort of implied, but as the fractal affects your brain, it getting your brain becoming extra wrinkly to the person experiencing it would probably feel like some sort of, your mind opening. It might feel like a religious experience, depending on your background, and like some sort of like mind opening. And that's what it would feel to the person affected by it. To the people around them, it would probably be really scary, and it would probably look like the person is going absolutely nuts. So yeah, we start seeing the first signs of the fractal affecting the brain, and we start seeing the same behaviors we saw with the birds, with people. This is a photo of people trying to form a queue. Fun fact, this is the Eiffel Tower. We don't mention it in the text, but this is where I actually got the picture. It's people queuing up for the Eiffel Tower. This would be the entrance. This is one of the pillars. In any case, they start forming a queue, and without really organizing, they form these fractal patterns. And we start seeing children who start showing these patterns without really realizing it, and start showing like behavior. So something as simple as a hopscotch starts like branching out and becoming this huge thing. Mental awakening, exactly. This is full of fractal juice, by the way. You'll see me fractalize over the stream. Don't worry, it's just water. I didn't lace it. In any case, the next part of this, we're like this in the background of what I'm explaining. Years are like time is continuing. This is not like an immediate thing. It's not like, oh, people get hit by the fractal, they immediately start like, oh, mutating in weird ways. No, the fractal, if it takes over you. Anyway, if you're taken over by the fractal, it will make you grow in these weird patterns, but only at the same rate your body grows. So it might take months, it might take years, depending on where it hits you, how it hits you, that sort of thing. It would be really variable, but yeah, thank you.
I see fractals, let's go.
Let's go. Use my code for 20% off your order and fractal juice. Makes your brain tingle, exactly. Also, unattractive Ophelia and Lady Pirouette. Pirouettes. Thank you for the follows. The text speech, yeah, it's in Spanish, which makes it pronounce English in a really, really funny way. We love it. So we start seeing the fractal behaviors, and it's already 2009. It's already 2 years, or 3 years, sorry, after the fractal first started appearing. So as you can see, again, it's not an immediate sort of apocalypse. It's a slow descent into chaos. In any case, now we start focusing in the series on the social kind of ramifications of the fractal appearing. First thing we see is there's a huge religion that forms. It's called the Fractal Communion, and it's established as a major religion in 2009, which doesn't mean it starts in 2009. It's been developing over the past few years, but it's now like a big religion. Like, it has millions of members at this point. The congregants, like this person here, will voluntarily expose themselves to the fractal to kind of fractalize themselves in different ways. We see this person here is blind. Their eye is completely cloudy. They apply the fractal juice, that we call it, in their eye, and they grow new ones. And, you know, this is a miracle of sorts. Like, this might look like body horror, but this person was blind, and now they see. The fractal has essentially performed a miracle, if you see it in that way, right? Plus, like, the whole opening of the mind thing that we explained before, it's really like fertile grounds to form a religion. So yeah, they see it as a sort of elixir. A baby born with the fractal. Yeah, we haven't really explored that, but it might be a fun one to do. Body horror and miracle aren't mutually exclusive, true. So, this is already 2011. We've jumped a couple years once again. And suddenly, there's, thank you, Hemi.
Obtener ojos compuestos como una abeja.
Yeah, compound eyes, exactly, like a bee. So, a couple years go by, and suddenly there's this simultaneous attack over many different major cities. We aren't focusing on any specific part of the world over the Fractal series. We're taking the very bird's eye view. I'm not mentioning any specific places, except for the very first inciting incident where this one ship capsizes. The rest is complete fiction. Like, it's not like specifically happening in one place. It's implied to be happening like all over the world. In any case, there is a simultaneous major attack over a bunch of different cities in the world where people go out and they start releasing the fractal as a vapor. They kind of vaporize that sort of oily substance and release it over cities. And you can see one right here. I think this is Toronto. Once this vapor mixes in with the clouds and it rains down, this water is just full of that fractal liquid. So everybody in the city is affected, pretty much. They're vaping the fractals, exactly. So there's already in 2011, and the group that does this is called the Branch, and it's a kind of an offshoot of this religion that kind of became huge a few years before. It has kind of like gone past we must like voluntarily take in this miraculous fractal. They've gone past people. We should convince people to voluntarily expose themselves to it. No, we should expose everybody to it, because this is the only way that we save humanity. That sort of thing. Like, it's escalated to the point where they've just gone out and infected tens of millions of people. They're called the Branch because their symbol. It's kind of a Vitruvian man with branching arms, and this would be it's never said, but it's implied to be one of their members or one of the leaders. It's a very, very fractalized person. So you can imagine that they've been fractalized for quite a few years now. Like they might have been one of the first few people fractalized. So they've been through some major changes, and their brain is probably beyond saving at this point. Les Lolar, thank you for the follow. Fractal ointment for an amputated limb to help you regrow it. I actually thought about it for this edit. I thought about doing instead of doing the eye, the blind eye, and it grows new eyes. I thought about doing an amputated limb, and then they grow new limbs. But I thought that the eye was a bit more visually interesting, so I went with it. But yeah, that was actually an idea. Veggie wild drummer. True. And we get to the 9th part, if I counted correctly, which is the last one I released. Now, the situation is that many major cities all around the world have been essentially fractalized. Like everybody in the city has been fractalized. So the response by many governments around the world is to take these places that have been affected and kind of quarantine them, lock them in, put them on siege, essentially, to avoid the spread. Because, you know, what are you going to do at this point? Which only further like escalates the violence, because now the people inside their cities, they're stuck in there, and they got to kind of fight their way out of this quarantine. And so it's like a kind of like further escalation of violence, as it's a pattern throughout the series, right? It starts pretty normal, and slowly, as it starts taking over society, there's an escalation of violence further and further and further. So at this point, it's essentially kind of escalated into riots, more or less. It's like mostly unarmed people just going out and fighting a police or militarized police force. And since they're kind of unarmed, their only weapon really is a fractal, because who cares? They're fractalized already, or on their way to being fractalized. So their only option is to sort of use this fractal, create barriers, and essentially use it kind of like chemical warfare against these governed forces who are trying to take them in. So it's escalating into this sort of you know, like people against governments clash, kind of civil war-ish situation between the fractalized people and the non-fractalized people. Again, this is not happening in any specific place, because if I did make it happen in a specific place, I would have to set it in this. Hey, Romek, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you so much for that raid. Y'all, we're working on the Fractal series, and y'all should check out Romek. Hey, and Charlotte is here. Hi, Charlotte. We're working on the fractals. In case you're new here, my name is Eduardo. I do Photoshop horror art, and I'm currently going through what I call the Fractal series. And it's a little story that happens in a parallel version of our world, where the world slowly gets taken over by the fractal, which is a weird substance that once it touches something, it starts like multiplying it, making it grow in fractal patterns. So it starts, it just starts like kind of an oil spill from a ship. We don't really know where it comes from. It starts affecting fish, affecting nature, and slowly it starts taking over humans. You can see the fractal teeth, fractal nails. People then start doing fractal behaviors and forming religions around fractals, and eventually it escalates into violence. And that's kind of where we are at this current point. There's like a bunch of fractalized people, and they're trying to like lock them in to avoid the fractal like spreading further, and it's escalated into violence and eventually into war. So that's where we are. How are you doing, Romek? Thank you. What were you streaming? And Just a Living Doll, thank you so much for the follow. So this is where we're at. This is a very, very quick overview of the series. But I will put a link in the chat if you're new, if you're interested in this little story. So you can read, it'll lead you to exactly this page here. Oh, we have a cat. Hold on. Let me show you the cat. Oh. Hi, baby. This is Bean. Hi, Bean. He's not fractalized, don't worry. Yet. We got Bean. Bean, say hi to the camera. Say hi to the camera. Hey, baby. He doesn't. He's shy. It is Bean time. Gonna hit the bed. 4 AM for me. Okay, Romy, have a good night. Thank you for coming. There he is. It's Bean time. How are you? Hey, little lad. Bean time didn't work. Weird. It might be. I think the Twitch changed something about their API, which might have broken some bot things. But the Twitch command did work, so I don't know. Bean is infinitely cute. He is. Oh, there he goes. He's going on a little adventure. What you doing? Well, he might bump the mic if you hear like weird noises. That'll be it. Frijolito. Yep. There he is. It's getting beard scratches. He loves them. Que pasó? Well, I can't continue streaming until he's gone, so we'll keep talking about the fractals. He wants to be held. He loves it. There he goes. Oh, cat hair in my nose. Can't make me sneeze. Okay. He should be held, always.
¿Quién necesita fractales cuando hay un gato bebé?
Alright, that's true. Who needs fractals? And you got a cat. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna open the door. Oh. I think he needs to go out. The little box is outside. There he goes. Off on a little adventure. Speaking of cats, it's a good time for my 5-minute funny cat edits. Maybe a little bit, so it's not catching us like right at the beginning because we still haven't even set up what the stream is going to be about. So you can get it now, and we can do it later if you don't mind. Querido frijolito. All right, so where were we? Fractals, yes. All right, so we explained kind of where we are in the series, and as you can probably guess where it is going, it's obviously going towards apocalypse. Fractal series has always been apocalyptic in nature, and it's always been an escalation. As you can see from the beginning, it starts kind of as a localized thing and slowly just starts taking over the world, and then people, and then society, and then it kind of starts crumbling society from the inside out, essentially. So the next part, I think, is going to be the most, like, where that escalation of violence is at its peak. Hey, Cat Girl Nikki, hello, good night. The next part is probably going to be where that violence is at its peak, where that conflict between the fractalized people and the non-fractalized people, and that, you know, the kind of like authority forces that are trying to contain the spread of it it's going to be at its highest. After that, that's the fun part. That quote unquote war ends with the fractalized people winning, obviously, because you can't really stop that process, right? When you're fractalized, there's kind of no going back. So the moment where most of the population is fractalized, it's kind of like a point of no return. There's no winning a war against a force of nature, if that makes sense. And the fractal is not like a human-made thing. It is a force of nature. So it's eventually, obviously, the force of nature wins. And what we get after that is a sort of like that war, that the violence has ended, but now we start seeing how now that everybody's pretty much being fractalized, it just descends and descends into like weirdness essentially until humans are gone, basically. So I don't know how many parts of the series that's going to take. Each part of the Fractal series is this little snippet of text and 3 images. Except for the first one, which was 2 images because it wasn't meant to be a series at first. So it just kind of settled into that rhythm of 3 images at some point. But yeah, each part is 3 images and the text that kind of gives it that context. Like the Emu War, exactly. What percentage of the world has been fractalized at this point? At this point, I would say maybe like a 20%. It's like major cities and a bunch of people around the world, but like the biggest concentration is like around these major cities that have been attacked. Ask early in case of being inconvenient to do when you actually get into stream. They want to interrupt. Yeah, okay. You let me know when you want to do it. All right. So we have. So in terms of these 3 image parts, I kind of want one to be that sort of peak of the violence. Let's call it like war. Then the next part would be the aftermath. I kind of want to show like the calm after the storm, and just kind of take a breather after this escalation of violence to maybe show something different. I don't know exactly what I'll show in this part, but I did want to have some sort of breather. Then we'll have the next part. It's going to be, you know, we've gone back to the semblance of peace, but the fractal is very much not over. It's still not done, like taking over the world. So I already have one image for this, and the reason I'm doing kind of images out of order is to set up kind of maybe one image per each of these future parts, so that then we can kind of just do the other 2. Like there's usually for each of these parts, it's going to be one main image which shows like the interesting parts, and then 2 others that'll be like accompanying. Like for example, in this one, the forms of a religion is formed, so we have to show, you know, the congregation, they're adoring this huge metal sculpture fractal, and then there's a person like subjecting themselves to it, and this would be like the main one, the main shot of this. This part is like, you know, there's people going around fractal, like putting the fractal up in the atmosphere, and then we have this person celebrating, reflected through a puddle, and the puddle, of course, it's fractalized. That water has gone up into the atmosphere, gone into the clouds, rained down, and affected millions of people. And this person is kind of gloating and it's celebrating. So each part kind of has its main shots, and that's kind of the ones I want to do. And then it'll be much easier to do the accompanying ones. So here's one of the other ones I've done. Spoilers. But there's going to be like about 2 parts from now. I just really wanted to do this image, so I kind of jumped the schedule to do it. People once that war has settled down, they start just getting together and building just senseless, enormous fractal structures. So it's just, if you know the Sierpinski triangle, it's like the Triforce in Zelda, the little triangles within triangles within triangles. They build a huge pyramid of these in the middle of a major city. Like, it makes no sense to just like, but people just spontaneously got together and started building. And obviously you need like a huge amount of organization and putting people together, and like, you know, you did like engineers and people like actually getting together and planning this enormous mega structure. So it's not like people aren't zombies. They're not just mindless drones of the Fractal. They're still like intelligent. Their brains are just working in a different way. So yeah, they're doing stuff like this. This would be like after that escalation of conflict is over, and now most of the world is fractalized. Now they can just do this. We must build, exactly. Human fractal beyond the extended recognition. Yeah, we'll get to that. That's my house. That's where I stream from. Bet it feels good to become a fractal. Yeah, probably would. So yeah, this would be the next part. People are like building senseless things. And then after this, I want to get back into medical horror, get back into this sort of thing, right? I want to show, because we've shown people at the first stages of fractalization. There's that very, very first stage where just some like little details of the body start getting fractalized. We've shown the behaviors kind of growing and growing and growing. And we've shown some more advanced things, never too directly. Like we see this one through a puddle. We see a lot of people in the crowd have like different fractal features. Sometimes they have extra fingers. They have these branching arms. And here we see them again in the crowd, but they're mostly silhouettes. This one facing us also has the fractal arms, less of them, but it has a second head growing, which I wonder how that would feel like. We get this sort of thing. It's never shown too directly. So at some point, a few parts from now, we've seen all these like major world like issues. We've seen wars, we've seen devastation, we've seen people just like mindlessly building mega structures. And then I want to get back and do some close-ups of the fractal people, which we've kind of been skirting around for a few parts. Do some more close-ups of that like very, very fractalized people at like the later stages, to kind of show how, you know, people are getting fractalized to the point where they can't like sustain their own bodies, so they just start dying. They just start dying in droves. There's really not really anything you can do, because you can't really stop fractal in any meaningful way. So yeah, we can show one of the ones I had thought about is showing that person that had those extra little eyes. This one, and now their whole face is just eyes. You know, they've just been taken over in that way. And we can like kind of go back to some of the people who've been in the background, like fractal teeth person, and it's just teeth. Like their whole mouth inside is teeth, to the point where they can't close it. Or we can show the fractal arms person, and there's just arms, like you can't see anything else. That sort of thing. Like I want to bring that medical horror to 11, and just show like, yeah, you thought being fractal was cool, right? This is where it leads you, or it leads everybody eventually, like in different ways, but it just kind of leads you to a point where you can't sustain your own body gender. Nothing a bit of calamine lotion wouldn't solve. Don't do fractals, kids. So yeah, I want to get to that eventually after the mega structures. And then I don't know exactly how to sort of quote-unquote end humanity. I want something like the next part after that, you know, that revisiting of medical horror should just be me explaining that everyone's dead. Everyone died. Like there's no going back from this. So Fractal just keeps going. This is an apocalypse story. So eventually there's no more humans around. And then after that, so I got a little planning sheet here, which is I want to fill that out a bit more, but just got like the major beats I want to get to, and then I want to fill out like 3 images per each of these beats to kind of make a part. So I'm gonna note down actually in the medical horror part, kind of revisiting. I want to do revisiting Fractal eye person. Visiting. I think that whole part might just be 3, like going back to 3 of these previous cases that we've only seen little close-ups of, and just kind of shown the blown up versions of them. So it's gonna be, I think, teeth, eye, and arms. You can't just go back through some of the classics. Just use some essential oils, you'll be fine. Jeez. Hey Maxwell. Kids' brains are developing and the brains fractalizing might be amazing. Might be horrible. Hey Pyro. So yeah, after we revisited the fractal, like the body horror part of it, I don't know exactly how I'll show this. I don't really have like a visual way of showing this, but I just kind of want to make it clear that it goes directly into extinction, like no more humans going around. Maybe like empty streets, that sort of thing. That's just the aftermath of everything that's happened. One of these structures, and it's abandoned, it's falling apart, and unfinished, obviously, because you can't really finish a fractal structure like this. You'll just keep building and building and building. So, something like that. Cyril, thank you so much for the follow. A lot of fractals keep appearing again and again in nature. Yeah, that's true. And that's kind of one of the themes I wanted to explore later on during the series. So I think I'm just going to call this next part Extinction, because that's kind of what we want to show. And I'll leave a space for 3 images. And then the bookend to the Fractal series, like the end of this timeline, would be, I think there would be another time jump, but it would be much, much larger than all the time jumps we've seen. Like we've jumped through a year, 2 years at a time. And then I want to jump, like after humanity's gone, I want to jump like millions of years. And I want to show, maybe, I don't know exactly how I'll do this, by the way, just an idea that's floating in my brain. But I want to do maybe a landscape, like a beautiful natural landscape. And it's been like millions of years, like Earth has adapted, or whatever like lived through this sort of fractal apocalypse, because obviously nature has been affected as well. Whatever lived through this huge extinction event, built something new. Like it kept going in a way. Like fractal life get going. And it's been enough time that you'd see the effects of the fractal in other parts of nature, maybe like mountains, that sort of thing. Like imagine huge fractal mountains, stuff like that. And yeah, I think that might be a nice bookend to just show like, hey, humanity's gone, but life has moved on. They didn't need us. And that sort of goes into what Cyril says. Nature shows way more fractal features than whatever humans build. Whatever we build tends to be pretty simple, straight lines, like mathematically simple, while whatever like things that nature builds tend to be really complex mathematically and tend to show something called fractal dimension, a much higher fractal dimension than things that humans build. So I kind of wanted to show that by ending the series saying like, nature is fine. Like this is, in a way, it's part of nature and we were just not able to survive it. That sort of thing. Fractal rivers, that sort of thing. Like that might be a nice bookend to the series. I still don't know if I'll end it like that, but I think it might be nice. Reminds me of an architectural experiment that happened a long while ago in Montreal. Maybe the fractal just did exist after all, maybe. How would one go about showing you a fractal related funny that one just posted on twitter.com? You can post a link right here. We'll take a look. Fractal creatures like animals. Maybe, I think I might just do like one landscape, not really focus on specific animals, because you know they might be getting into details that don't really matter after all. Like what matters is like, hey, nature made it, we didn't. Also, I wonder what the cat is doing. I want to close this door because I don't want to wake people up. I'll be right back. Take care of the fractals for me, don't let them spread too much. I'll just go get the cat and close the door. So yeah, be right back in like a minute. Close the mic. Here I am. Goodbye, Jeremy. Oh. Oh. Here. Oh. He's meowing. He's chatty sometimes. He gets chatty. But he's mostly purring. He's a cutie, isn't he? Ooh. He loves the nose kisses. We certainly did not let the fractals loose. Yo! You had one job! You had one job! Not even 30 seconds and we have the hosters spilled everywhere. Yo! It was easy! Oh. What a cutie. Let's see. I love this. Hold on. Here we go. This is really good. Let's give it a little retweet. Bean! Look at that time. It's February 18th. You know what that means? Bean has been here for a month. It's a month of Bean. Yeah, we rescued Bean a month ago, exactly today. And he's been so nice. Yeah, you have. Happy Beaniversary. Oh, it's a Beaniversary. Oh, he's been so kind and nice. He's already, by the way, if you're looking for Bean updates, he's been. You might have heard that he was really shy about, or really like scared about like many parts of the apartment at first, and it took like a long time for him to really get used to it, stop being scared. But now officially he's okay with every room in the apartment, you know, except for the bathrooms, but he doesn't really like need to be there. So yeah, he's a brave little boy, and we are so proud of him. And today he went to the vet, and he got a vaccine. And look at him, just so big and strong. He also gained like a little bit of weight since last time, like since the day we got him, which means, yeah, he's been eating well, he's been healthy, and oh, there he goes. Not a lot of weight. He gained like 0.2 kilograms. Don't know what that is in American, but yeah, he's a brave little boy. And a healthy little boy. And we're also proud of him, aren't we? Look at the bean. His blue little eyes. There he goes. Tortilla chip ears, yes. Oh, he's sitting on my tablets. I guess that means no art. Until he decides it is time. It's only fractal time when Bean decides it's fractal time, isn't it? But yeah, a whole month of Bean. We're proud of him, aren't we? Hey, don't. He loves, okay, something he loves is cables. Anything like a string or cable, he goes crazy for that. So I gotta be really careful when I'm moving my mouse and he's on the table, because he'll try to chase the mouse cable around. I'm not hyper worried because I need to change his mouse anyway. It's been buttons have been really messed up. It's a cheap mouse. I just got it when I upgraded this computer. It's a few years old, and it's definitely like the secondary buttons here on the side are definitely like showing some age, starting to malfunction. So yeah, I'll definitely get like a decent mouse, and not just the most basic one with more buttons maybe, so I can use them for Photoshop. We'll see. Bean chose a close Photoshop reward. He did. Hey, Sky Shard. Alright, y'all. So, we've been talking about the Fractal series. We've been talking about all the new parts that'll come in the future. We got, as you can see, we got this little planning thing, and we got all the parts that I want to fill in with 3 little spaces for each. So the one I'm most sure about is the medical horror one, which will be revisiting some old cases of people affected by the fractal and showing how they've progressed. So yeah, that one's kind of settled. But we also got in the megastructure one, we got 1 out of 3, and that one's already done. The one I was showing y'all here. You deserve a good mouse. Yeah. Where's Bean? Hold on. Yeah, I wanted to be careful because sometimes it gets like right behind my chair, and I don't want to like pull my chair back and catch him. Okay, he's got a mouse. Oh, you deserve a good mouse in this sense. But here's the other mouse. I should change my computer mouse for this. And this is Bean's mouse, and this is what I give him every time he tries to chase my mouse, because it's a little mouse and I tied a little string to it, a long string, so I can chase it around and play with it. Yeah, kind of gave this mouse a really long tail. His name is Perez, by the way. Anyway, I'll keep this on the side in case he wants to chase my mouse around. Okay, bang. Is it strange to eat coriander seeds plain? I've seen stranger. Ghostly, thank you for the follow. Oh, he's playing. Hold on. Let me show you. Come on, Bean. Oh, don't fall. You go, boy. So yeah, that's what I do to distract him. If he's trying to catch something he shouldn't, I distract him with something else, and hopefully he'll break the habits. You joined at the perfect time. You did. You joined at the cap time. String, watch out. So if you see me like shake my hand around on the side, yeah, I'm just giving him something to play with. If you see that little fish behind him is a scratching toy. Yeah, something to scratch as well. I like to have like things around him at night here while I'm working, so he can be distracted. Hey, and I don't know if you're here. Thank you so much for, well, the claim prize thing. It's the alerts are kind of silly with Patreon, and they're kind of wonky, but they work. So yeah, thank you so much if you're here for subscribing to the Patreon. It's a good time for self-promotion. If you want to support the Fractal series, which literally makes zero money at this point in time, like my main series, they're not there to make money. Someday I may like I don't know, do like publish them in some way. We'll see. But the only way to support like me doing this and allowing myself to spend time working on my personal series instead of just doing commissions, it's Patreon. So if y'all want to see that, hop onto the Patreon. We're trying to get to 150 patrons. If we get there, I will make the postcards from older months available again. I'll do a big reprint, and I'll let you guys like choose some old postcards, and you'll receive them in the mail. So yeah, hop into the Patreon if you want that. It'll be like, you'll only have one chance for that. And I'll be one to reach 150, so you want to be there before. So yeah, if you want to see the postcards I do, I have some. I posted about it today. I read that book. Yeah, I hope I can publish it as some sort of art book someday. Yeah, here are some of the postcards. This is the one I sent last month. You can actually see it, not at this camera angle, but a lot of these postcards are behind me. Yeah, this is the one I sent last month. It's based on the little clown lore series I did. This is the one from November, Mycelium Infection. And this one from a few months ago, I think it might be August. I don't recall which month that was. But yeah, this one's based on Megalomorpha. So yeah, if you want a postcard like these, based on my designs, but kind of as an old school postcard, with some like fun little typography thing sometimes. Yeah, if you want this sort of thing sent at your door every month, Patreon, it's the way. Perform some sort of demonic ritual to get a Val art book. I'd love to. Maybe someday. We'll see. We'll see. No promises. I'd have to get someone to help me publish it, or put in all the work to self-publish, which might be a hassle, but it might, like, I think it would go well. But yeah, maybe when we finish the Fractal series, we can figure out like, hey, let's let's sit down, let's see how we can package this in a nice little art book or something, and let's see how we can get that published. If we need a publisher, if we can do self-published. We shall see. For now, no promises though, just ideas out in the wind. Is it that hard to self-publish? A like written book isn't that hard, but an art book, it's a lot of risk. Art books are really expensive to print if you want something that's mostly image based. So yeah, that would definitely be another thing. Fractal zine, structured as a medical research journal. That would be a fun thing. That not related to a Fractal series, but like a sort of fake medical journal might be a really fun thing. Maybe someday. In any case, if you want these sort of postcards, and if you want to get some of these old ones, make sure to get in before we reach 150 patrons, because there's only going to be one chance to get these old ones again. We are currently at 118. I might say that incorrectly because there's been like 3 or 4 people joining in today. We're up at 122. Thank you to all the folks who've been joining. We're at 122. We aren't that far from 150, so join before it's too late. In any case, let's go back to the Fractal series. There's also a Fractal postcard, by the way. Let me show it to you before, as I think of what to do next. Where is it? 5. Yeah, it's from May. I did this one based on the Fractal religion, which I think I had done that month, so it kind of fell at a nice time. I'll probably do some other Fractal designs because I only have this one based on the Fractal series, and we definitely should have more. So yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. Look at, he's lounging right now. He's living the life. Thank you, boy. But yeah, exactly, Outpost. I think if I wanted to do an art book, I'd probably want to do it with a publisher. If, I think these series are popular enough that I can probably convince a publisher, hey, there's not a lot of risk in doing an art book for something that's already established and that people like. Leo, thank you so much for getting those postcards. Are you someone from here? If you are, hi. If you don't want to associate your name with your username, feel free to not say anything, but I see you. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, the only specific parts I have noted down here are the medical horror ones. But I might want to do something in here in the very next part. So I got bean time. The bean time command is great. It's you, Cryptid. I should have guessed with Leo. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy your postcard. I don't know at what tier you joined, but if you join at the postcard tier, hope you enjoy it. If you join at the first level, by the way, at the digital level, you will get to see the postcard and the back of it, which I don't post anywhere. You'll get a monthly newsletter, so you can catch up with all the art I've posted and work in progress stuff. Without algorithms, you'll just get it in your email, and you'll be able to say hey, what is found on this month? Let me catch up. Let me see if there's anything I missed. So yeah, you get a bunch of fun little things, and you get a Discord that's only for patrons and for Twitch subscribers. Alrighty, so here's one that's been kind of bothering me, and it's kind of want to get to today. The next part in the Fractal series is an escalation of this previous one. So for the previous one, we used images of actual riots. But for the next part, we're getting to a level of like conflicts and violence where I don't actually want to use images of like real world wars. It's not a fun thing to use as a part of an art project, right? I wouldn't feel good using that, using images of conflicts where, you know, people are actually gotten hurt. Riots, I think you're kind of at the point. It's like, you know, this is like people burning things and people, you know, there's no people dying in here. In here. It's just a car burning, you know, damage of property. It's all right. It's like riot police, that sort of thing. I didn't really use actual images of people getting hurt, but if I want to show like there's an actual like armed conflict going on, I don't want to use an image from the Syrian war. That would be horrible, right? But I do want to show that this is going on, because I do want to show how the escalation keeps happening. Stock movie fight photos. In the second tier, hell yeah. Yeah, then you'll get the postcard. Hope you enjoy them, Leo. So, I thought the best way of doing this is the indirect way. The way this happens in the story is an escalation of what you're seeing on screen right now. The conflict between regular people who've been fractalized, but they're still like in full capacity. They're not like zombies, and it's sort of like government forces that gets more and more militarized. Like first it's just police. Eventually police can't keep up, so they send in the military. And one of the things we can use, but I think that's only going to be one image, is a footage from the US Army training. They have a lot of this really like really flashy footage of like training exercises that I guess, you know, they use for propaganda, obviously, but since it's published by the US federal government, it is in the public domain, so it can be used, and I'm not actually using images of real world conflict, just soldiers training, I think it's fair to use. So that could definitely go towards one of them to show, like, you know, the military side of things. But then I think we're gonna have to be smarter with the others. Gather your Twitch viewers for a fake riot. Okay, we're getting together. everyone be in the Canary Islands next week. Yeah, I think we gotta be a bit smart about it, and we gotta be doing it a bit of a roundabout way. What I thought about is, you see that scene in movies where someone's walking down the street and something big has just happened, and they pass in front of a kind of a video store, and there's a bunch of TVs outside pointed at the street, and they see something and they just kind of stop and watch what's going on in this like wall of TVs, and all the TVs are showing something like that. I think that could be a way of doing it that's not as direct, because you could do, you know, people stopping to watch, to see the TV, and it's showing like explosions, stuff like that. We don't have to actually use images from real conflict, just, you know, stuff that's seen on a small TV that looks like, you know, there's violence going on. Oh, I hear meowing. Oh yeah, the cat wants to go out again. Oh, this kitty. Okay, I'll let him out. Be right back. Let's see. Hopefully he'll be back and I won't have to go pick him up again. If I could. Unfortunately, I'm broke. That's fair enough. So there's that sort of a type of scene where you're not directly seeing the fights and the war and the devastation. You're seeing people reacting to it in some way. So that's that type of scene that you see in a lot of movies, where it's just people in the street that stop to look at the TV, and that's this TV in a store or this wall of TVs, and it's showing something. It's a classic scene. It's been done a million times, so I don't know if I want to redo the same thing, but I want to do something like that, and I don't know what that is, and that kind of bothers me. So much can be done. That's one of the things about Photoshop. You can do so many things as long as you got base images, and that's kind of the major hurdle. New York Square. Like Times Square, you mean? With all the screens? Yeah. Times Square could be good. Thing about it is, if we show it from the inside of a major city, that city should somewhat be destroyed. Because this conflict, that's going on right here, is going on around like many major cities around the world. So a lot of them at this point in the series would be pretty destroyed, or at least very damaged. So if we show something from Times Square, like what state is it in? Fractalized continent from space in like 1 billion years. We'll get to that. We'll get to that eventually. And that'll be part 15 probably. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna call it Back to Nature or something like that. And Black Friday shopping in the US. I mean, that could work for riots, but we've already kind of shown that, the riot part of things. The next part would be a further escalation from there. Like, they're using actual weapons of war against, you know, the fractalized faction, which doesn't really have a name. We might give it one, not sure. But that's sort of, you know, showing the war indirectly is kind of where I'm stuck at, and what we need to progress this series. So yeah, definitely for one of them, probably one of the secondary ones, not one of the main ones. We'll do something that uses, I'm gonna write this now. Something that uses US Army training footage. So you have like actual military stuff that we can definitely do, because like it's training footage. It looks pretty real, but it's not for any actual conflict. Fluff Puff, thank you so much for the follow. A group of fractal people surround a TV, or there's nothing but debris around them. It could be good. Yeah, it could be a good one. Where's that damn cat? I might have to lock him out. I just don't want to like keep streaming with the door open, because there's people sleeping in the next room, which is why I let the cat out, but hoping that he comes back in soon. I don't know. I might just close it, and if he starts meowing, I'll open it, but because he'll probably meow to let me know. So yeah, I'll close it. Be right back. captured him. I captured him because he was doing that thing where he wants to get in, and then you let him in, and he wants to get out. Then you let him out. He wants, you know. So I decided I would just capture him. Been apprehended by the law. Vem, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? He's a sweet baby, but he has like 3 neurons in there. Little criminal. Yoinked. I yoinked the boy. A wild Pokemon is added to my party. Captured a boy. I'm putting him in my PC. What's up, you little criminal? You little criminal, you stole my heart. Good. Sorry. Hang on. Alrighty. Where were we? It's been 1 hour, no star, haven't drawn an art yet. Yeah, but we've been brainstorming things. So we have been advancing and coming up with ideas and kind of setting up a lot of the future part of the series. So that's not wasted time. Also, if you hear background noises, there's a party outside, like not right outside, but there's some music, some background music. So my own background music probably covers it though. Baxter, thank you so much for the follow. Alright, the little criminal is back with us. So, I don't know. I'll think about that next part of the series and how we should represent that, you know, that conflict, that war, quote unquote, in more indirect ways. We don't actually have to use images of actual wars, that sort of thing. Then there's going to be this next part called Aftermath. I kind of want it to be in a kind of a calm after the storm, but I don't know exactly what story I want to tell there. So that one's empty for now. Then we have the mega structures, which I have one image for it here. I would just have to do the other two. But, you know, I'm kind of done with this one for now. When we get to it, I want to do the other two. But we already have like our main image, so that's all good. Then what I think we might do today is like jumping one forward even from this one. So this is like, we're actually going to be working on something that's 1, 2, 3, 4 parts from now. It'll make sense when I'm working on like these assorted parts. But yeah, I just want to do like one for each of these main parts. So yeah, this next part is going to be that medical horror part 2. So probably one of the most interesting images of the whole series. So yeah, we're in for a fun one, I think. There's 3 I want to make. Maybe more, but we're gonna have to choose 3 out of these. I want to fractal, like super fractalize the eye person, this one, the teeth one, just this one, and maybe one with fractal arms, which, you know, could be this one. Kind of take those fractalizations, bring them to their maximum, essentially. And I don't know, maybe we can start with the eye. How long have you lived on the islands now? Got here in May. I don't know exactly what day of May, but yeah, it's gonna be going on in a year soon. All right, so which one of these 3 should we do first? Should we do teeth? Kind of go chronologically. From all these people, this would be the third one, so the last one of this group. This would be the second one. The first one would be teeth, kind of chronologically. So the person with the fractalized teeth, how I think it would work is like extra rows of teeth, just like an amount of teeth that doesn't even let them open their mouth. Something like that. I don't know. That's kind of the idea I have in my brain. So let me put this on the side. Let's start looking for images. I got an empty document here. Call it Fractal Teeth 2. All right. So what we want is an image of, I think, an open mouth, kind of like what we did a bit above here, but something that shows more teeth. Let's see. I do remember finding some good ones. Where was that? Probably on Wikimedia, but I want to look at Wikimedia on my second screen, because we got some open mouths here too. That's nice. Yeah, I want to look at Wikimedia on my second screen, because there is some NSFW that sneaks in, and I don't want to show that on stream and then be summarily banned. So yeah, I can't take that risk. So let me just give it a quick look here on my second screen. Head empty except for my 96 teeth. Exactly. 96 periodical. Yep, there's some naked people on Wikimedia, as I mentioned. Ooh. Lamprey teeth. Really creepy. I love lampreys. What's up, kitty? I think he wants to play. Let me see. Look for teeth instead of mouth. A type of eel you saw earlier today that had the worst mouth. Ooh, do you have the name for that? Oh, I found a good one. It has that very medical horror framing of someone just pulling the mouth aside so you can see the teeth. It's a fun one. Like, you could do several rows of teeth in there. Might not be the best angle to show like a lot of them, but it could still be good. Let me see. Oh, I'm finding some cute photos. Hold on. Kitty. And flying kitty. An eel crossed with a baby bird. Ooh. One of the squishy baby birds that doesn't have its eyes open yet. That sounds terrifying. What's up, Dean? What are you doing? Sitting. Just looking at me. Alright. Let me see. I'm trying to find some human mouths. If I look on Wikimedia, there's a lot of, just random teeth. Not only from humans, but from many different animals. Yeah, we definitely have like, we could take like upper teeth, this sort of thing. But I think it could be interesting. We could use these for textures in something different, right? Because we would have like different angles of teeth for every row. Oh, I just found a really creepy picture. Oh, it's it's a trail cam image. This is just this coyote, I guess, looking inside a storm drain, perhaps? Not sure. Sheephead fishes. I mean, maybe for textures if we need them, but we've got plenty of human teeth now. What I'm looking for now is mostly kind of a base image to start building those rows of teeth from. No human teeth? Oh, we got plenty of human teeth. What you doing, baby? Hey, me. Dang. He's meowing. He's a chatty boy. Oh, come here. He's being chatty today. What's up? What's up? You get a kiss for free. This one's free. This one could have been good if it wasn't so weirdly creepy. And also, like, I don't want like this sort of pose. It's a bit exaggerated. Pasó. Bien. He's now secured. Hey, this lady can open her mouth like way too wide. That shouldn't be possible. Hey, chocolate. He's looking at the mouse cable. Boy. Hey. He now has it in front of his eyes. It's still looking at my mouse though. ¿Qué pasó, Vin? Really creepy. I love this. Ooh. What you doing? Stop kicking. Stop kicking. He wants to walk around. There you go. Oh. He's playing. All right, let's see. Oh, kitty. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for someone with their mouth open, because I kind of want to do so many teeth that the mouth just kind of what are you doing? Just gets blocked in. Like, this person can't even eat. That's a really big mouth. It's almost black and white though, so we can't really use it. That's a shame. What you doing, baby? I got his little toy here and just pawing at it. Yeah, this one might be good. Just not convinced of the framing of like a person prying their mouth open. I kind of just want it to be like this person can't even close their mouth because it's so full of teeth. Oh wait, we got some dentist ones, but naked lady on third. Yeah, I already saw it. Also, this sound is just the toy. The cat, if you haven't seen it, it's just sitting there. I'm giving it something to do. A lot of people with their mouth open, they're all doing an expression, which kind of doesn't really work for us. You got the patron? Did your card fucked up? I'll get it fixed and return it tomorrow. How did your card get fucked up? Did you not put your address in or something? Let me know. You can send me a DM on Patreon. We can help you fix it up. Look up grimacing. Exactly. I want like the opposite of grimacing. Whatever the opposite of grimacing is. Have you ever seen how tonsil stones grow? Yeah. Yeah, that can get wild. Oh, the cat is touching the keyboard. He might write a message for us. I might... Hold on. Let's see if he writes something. Let's see. Give us a message, Bean. Give us a little message. What do you want us to... Oh. You opened the tab. Write something for us. Oh. He pressed something, but I wasn't writing. Come on, baby. You write something. Write a message. The opposite of grimace is Ronald McDonald. Yeah, come on, write something. What? No. He wrote the letter Y. Oh, there we go. We got a message. Come on, Bean. Give us something more. Agent.
Words of Great Prophet Bean. 67D.
67D. Truly. Thank you so much, Agent. What is this word? For now, it's YGVB9T. So I guess we'll have to interpret it in case you want to see. This is how I'm helping him write. Stop pressing F7. We don't want correct browsing, whatever that is. Come on, baby. Again. Come on. Yeah. Do it. Right for us. The Holy Bean wisdom is being delivered. Oh, there it is. No! He deleted it. Bean! No! What did you do? Someone get a clip, get a screenshot of what he wrote. We lost it. Press Ctrl Z. No, because he went back to the... he pressed to go back. So it just went to mouth to the previous search. I can't Control Z this one. The sacred text has been lost. This is the worst thing to happen to humanity after the burning of the Library of Alexandria. It sucks. Oh, we have one secret message. Hold on. He pressed Control F to search, and then he wrote this on the search bar. 5T6Y. So that might be the final message. I don't know. Maybe all the rest was he went back on those words. The sacred text. It looks like we can't Control Z this one, folks. Bean ARG. Yeah, now you have to decode it. That's how it works. Alright. I think we went back into the search. Yeah, we went back to the beginning. Maybe Bean was telling us that we needed to find one of these images. What are you telling us, Bean? What's he doing? Is he... He was lifting the keyboard up. Oh, the keyboard's cable. He was going after that. He loves cables. He's a little lad that loves cables. Whoop. Here. Bean, tell them what you're up to. Tell them why you love cables. And strings. There he goes. Off on his little adventure. I'm gonna throw this in his direction. There we go. You chase it, baby. Go for it. He has received it well. He's currently playing with it. Anyway, 5T6Y. Remember that? Remember that? It's part of the ARG. Gather all the clues, decipher them. This one might be good. There's a little bit of an expression. It's black and white. No, I can't use that. So no black and whites. They don't let you sort by color in this one, just by landscape or portrait, which doesn't really help us that much. I wish I could just remove the black and white ones. That would save us some work. Patron DM sent. Perfect. The little cat is getting his hunter instincts back. He's currently, well, there he is. Well, that was not a hunter instinct. He just fluffed on the ground. But he's chasing things, which is good. You chase your toy out of the couch. It's got a little, it's one of his favorites. Improvised toys are like some of his favorite things. So he loves this one. It's a little ball of tinfoil. Simple as that. He loves that stuff. He just bats it around. What photo are you looking for? I'm looking for an open mouth. This one with blood around it. It might be fake blood, but you keep throwing it down. I think he wants me to like throw it his way and then he bats it away. I'll play with him. So yeah, what I'm currently looking for is a person opening their mouth, and so we can show, oh my god, look at that, look at the big mouth. So we can show it like full of teeth inside, like so full of teeth that they can't even close it. So what I'm looking for, there's a lot of images of open mouths, but what I'm looking for is quite specific, really. Is maybe more of a close-up of the mouth. You know, something like this without the braces, and also I've used this picture already. So a bit of a close-up that's not too glamour. It's just really just raw that way, and not a lot of like makeup or anything like that. And he's just batting the tin foil ball around and running after it. It's really cute. This, but less close. Yeah, that, but less close. That'll be good. Mouth drawing reference. I can't just look anything up on Google, because when you use images, you gotta make sure you use the your licensing is up to standard. So yeah, I have a lot of sites where I look up these things specifically, but looking up drawing, like adding drawing reference here wouldn't really help, if that makes sense. Megalists, I think it is. Also, hi, Kathy. Thankfully, there's like 1 million images, so eventually we'll find one. People should just do less expressions. What is this beast? Tasmanian tiger? Tasmanian devil, yeah. I love this little creature. I love when people pronounce the name correctly the first time. I got it in one. Some images are really weird. What's going on here? Really good cats. Look at this. There's always a few good ones, and then they have something weird to them. Like this guy's painted all over. Like, this one could work if it didn't have that bandage, because the only way this could work now is we have to cut it down to this size, which is definitely like gonna be way too small compared to the size of the image, which is 3000 pixels at the biggest. I saw one once and I was like, "Aw," and then it yawned and I was like, "Aw." Cats are weird creatures. Okay, let me change my search here, because we haven't been having a lot of luck. Let's change it to teeth. Well, let's see if that gives us anything better. It's gonna give us a lot of people just smiling instead of open mouths. Why is this person biting a lemon? Why would you just bite into a lemon like it's a banana or something? In this picture would technically be good, but this guy kind of creeps me out. Why are you looking at me like this? A close-up might be doable. I'll just open it in the background. Okay. He's very chatty today. Oh, we've used this picture quite a few times, because this guy just has shows a lot of, how do you call this? The pink part. And it's really good to make creature teeth. Sorry to this guy, like, he looks fine, but... Gums, thank you. So, Don't know. He meows really soft, so I don't know if the mic picks it up. But he's currently like looking at me meowing really softly. Or in Spanish. Well, you want to know how to say meow in Spanish? It's meow also, but it's written like, I'm just gonna write it in chat. M-I-A-U. Meow. G. Meow. What the hell causes this? It's just an infection. Bacterial infection. ¿Qué pasó? Oh. You knew that one? God damn it. Then we gotta find a new one. Whiskers. That's bigotes. Lots of cats are named bigotes because of that. Gougie. Bean in Spanish? So many words. So many words. But one of them is frijol. There's so many ways of saying bean in Spanish. Like different types of beans. In different places, use different words. This one might be good as well. See the clinical look of a dentist. Even though we're not really looking for an image of a dentist, it's that clinical view really works with what I want to do. Bigote, like Mechtel Rose. Cat's name is Damien. Cute. Pictures of people yelling. Maybe. Yells might work. Tricked you into giving 3. You got 3 in 1. Thing about yells that they're gonna look at this guy. Gonna be people really angry, really sad. It doesn't really give us that clinical look. Look at this. The beast. La criatura. I think the cat just wants to explore for a bit. I'm gonna open the door. I'm gonna let him out. I'm not gonna let him in until he's done exploring. So that's for asking too much. So say bye to me. He might be gone for a while. I don't know how long, until he starts meowing in front of the door again. Bean, say bye to Chad before you go out into your little adventure. There he is. I'll leave the door a little bit like just so if he wants to push on it, he'll be able to get in. Alrighty. Let me see, Rose. That one's good, Gavel. Oh, that one from the CDC. I mean, that one's black and white, so I can't use it. But that's a good picture. CDC might have some good things. If you look for like conditions, for like medical conditions, you can usually find stuff from the CDC. Because again, like any US federal thing, it will have a bunch of public domain images by law. We're kind of running into a dead end with this one. Seems like it would be easier. There's a lot of pictures, just not really finding what I want. I don't know. We might just do another one. We could just do the eye one. Can I circle back to this one eventually? But so the idea would be just like the teeth one I was looking into doing, and we'll see if we can. We'll probably be able to, but I need to find a better image. Might take a while. Will be to kind of taking this to the maximum level. We could do this, but to the maximum level. So for that one, I kind of want a framing that's similar to the pupillar sarcoma one. So if you haven't seen the pupillar sarcoma, get ready for some medical horror. So it's a series of 3 images. Let me close that. It starts with this, and the pupil starts growing and growing and growing. Okay, I kind of wanted something close to this third one, where we have a more panned out view of a face, and the eyes have kind of grown to take over, essentially. So since we've only seen close-ups of that eye, we don't really care like the appearance of the person, because this is the only thing we've seen, essentially, these 2 images. AI generated image would not be copyrighted, technically, because it's generated by a computer, but it's kind of a gray area. There'll probably be lawsuits about it until someone decides. We'll see. In any case, let's see. So we want to look for a pretty simple portrait. Possibly someone like 3/4 instead of looking directly at the camera. Let's see, when we look for portrait, we'll mostly get people facing the camera. Well, we could do facing the camera. Like, you could just take this person and start multiplying their eyes until they take over. This one might be good. The ones I'm looking for is less of a beauty shot, which, you know, most of these are. I don't care if it's edited a bit, because I'm gonna mess it up anyway. But yeah, I want a pretty, like, standard looking shot. So let's see the ones we got. This one's not bad. This one could be good. This one's not bad. Looks pretty serious. Oh, hey, recognize this one? Here it is. That's where I got it from. No, lots of black and white ones. What color is their eye in the original? It's kind of hard to tell on this one. Yeah, it's brown. No, not that it matters too much, because I could just take anyone and turn their eyes brown. This one could be good. Why are they slow popping in? Oh, weird. This whole row hasn't loaded in. There it is. Okay, let's see out of the ones we got. This is taking a while to load. It's gonna be plenty of portraits we can use. Kind of like this one because it's very matter of fact. It's very just kind of, you know, front facing, serious. It's not really trying to look original or have like some interesting lighting or that sort of thing. Very direct portrait. It's kind of, I guess, kind of what I've been looking for in all of these. I like those two the best. Alright. Let's throw them into Photoshop. Let's see what we can do. And I think I'll still crop them horizontally. But we'll see. This is the kind of the usual cropping I've gone for the Fractal series. It's 6,000 pixels by 4,000 pixels, so that's like 3:2 in terms of cropping. It could be something like this. Could be something like this, or even more of a close-up. This image has some pretty good quality. So I think we could kind of put it out of the center, so it's like one side of the face, like the side where they put the fractal eye drops, is the one that took over, and the other one is pretty normal still. Hello, Ali. So let's see. Yeah, it's their left eye, which matters in this case. We could always just flip it. It's meant to be the same person. Well, I guess, yeah, the original one has much thicker eyebrows, or much thinner eyebrows than this one. But we're gonna take over the eyebrows anyway, so we're probably gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. I like this eye a bit better. It's a bit more open. So it's meant to be the left one. We'll go with this. Thank you, Ali. We're working on some future parts of it, and we're kind of jumping the timeline a little bit. Working on something that's going to appear like 3-4 parts from now. Hey, Decorect. Okay, Gabble. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great time zone. Alrighty, so first thing we can do is take that main eye, make it bigger. since it's kind of the source of it. I'm genuinely excited. Thank you, Ali. Also, this is kind of the peak of the body horror in this series, and I want to show that. Let's say the noise here might play against us, but we'll work through it. I usually add my own noise at the end anyway, so yeah, we'll be fine. Moving some of the film things, like that film dust. Because I don't want to make it, because this image was taken on film. This series, a Fractal series, is taken from a bird's eye view. And it's never really like found footage. It's never taken from a specific person's camera, if that makes sense. It's always seen from, you know, you're just kind of a flying spectator seeing the world go to shit. So that's kind of the vibe we're going for. So let me pull out the original fractals here. Just I have them on my hand. Third person, yeah. It's kind of an how do you call it? Omniscient narrator? Is that how you say it? Like the narrator that just knows the story, like knows people's thoughts and stuff. It's kind of the visual version of that. You're not seeing something from a specific camera, from the perspective of anyone in this world. You're just kind of flying through this timeline, and sometimes you're getting really close to one eye, and sometimes you're zooming out really far and seeing the whole environment. Anyway, let me put this in the corner, because we gotta do this, but multiplied a bunch. So let's see, how do we do that? Also, I could just reuse some stuff. Cat hair everywhere. That's the downside of having the cats. Not that I complain. I thought he was meowing, but he isn't. Alright, so this has a lot of layers, doesn't it? Oh my god, it's a big one. 163 layers right there. Okay, here are the eyes. I can just pick all these eyes. From 1 to 9. And 10 even. Alright. So I can take all these, pull them in here, and they'll be useful. We can place them around, we can modify them. So we already have like different bases for eyes. I am copying my own homework. 166, yes. This looks kind of weird, but don't worry. Don't worry about it too much. Alright, let's start hiding them. Kind of go one by one. See what we got. Eye 3 here has all these like weird stalks, which we don't want. We don't want them, like we'll add them, but we'll add them in a different way. Okay, so this one's a good eye. It was originally like this. I edited it a bit. So I might remove some of those edits. Oh, it's actually two different eyes. Uh-huh. Interesting. I could use both. Okay, so the idea is to take this effect and maximize it. Make it... Hold on, let me sketch. Let me sketch before we start placing eyes. So I want to see what we can do. So maybe we actually take this central eye, like remove it. It's meant to be... well, we can replace it somewhere, but... it's meant to be the blind one anyway, so that one really doesn't... We don't really care about it that much. So we can make that one really big. Kind of over here, and... It's essentially just... not an eye anymore. Just kind of a big thing. With no eyelids. And blind. And then we can have, you know, there's these two eyes in the corners. Maybe they've grown. Have they taken over the nose? Maybe they should, yeah. Right? We should take over the nose. Maybe we push it. I'm not sure. What do we do with it? I think there might just be not a recognizable nose anymore. Burnt nose? Not really burnt, just like, you know, there's no space for it. It's now eyes, you know? Let me hide the eyes below it, by the way. Take this here on top, and there we go. Makes me think of Junjiito's Uzumaki. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of Uzumaki DNA in this. This series is like, what if Uzumaki was like fractals instead of spirals and took place all over the world? That's essentially what it is. There's no denying that one. You're gonna need a lot of eyes. This might be a multi-stream edit. It's probably gonna be because we've been 2 hours just chatting. There would definitely be some that go under the hair here. So I kind of wanted to do a circle around it. Kind of like just being, it started just a few eyes growing around, but eventually it's just like a like an entire circle in the face, kind of like I did with pupillosarcoma, but instead of no eye, it's like too much. I guess it also is a bit of a reference to that. It's self-referential in a way. But in this case, referential to something outside the series. But still, one of my favorite edits. My favorite, like, medical horror things I've done. Okay, gonna have to remove the other eye as well. There's no space for it. Just, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I think there's space for a couple more in here. What's going to be tough here is not only the doing this mega eye, but all the other face features are getting pushed away or completely removed, and we kind of have to figure out, like, now there should be nostrils here, but maybe there's like nostrils going kind of just like two little holes essentially. Trigus Tigro reminds me of a Spanish tongue twister. Thank you for the follow. Tres tristes tigres comían trigo en un trigal. How would it affect the brain? You don't have to wonder. It does affect the brain canonically, and it makes you go mad, but also think you've had a religious kind of awakening and experience, and that's why your whole religion is formed around it. And we'll kind of have it, so this was the first part of the eye to grow, this side of it, this inside part. So maybe that part should be a bit more developed, like that. The fractal has grown that way a bit further. But we'll kind of have started running into trouble here, because, yeah, where do I fit it? I guess this one will have to be small. Portuguese and you know my name. Or is there a similar tongue twister in Portuguese? Cody, thank you so much for the follow. And means the same. I love that. I never thought there would be, like, the same tongue twister could work in two languages, but it makes a lot of sense. Like, it probably has the same origin, and it kind of just spread to the two languages. But I never thought about it with tongue twisters. That's really cool. Okay, so what we want to do, and might be the hardest part, but we want to fill essentially every space here with eyes. And some of them I might just not connect to the main stalk, but I want this to feel like a kind of a regular mathematical growth. So it's kind of the same everywhere. And all the inside parts get filled in with eyes. So maybe some are connected here. Some are just like popping out of the skin in a place. Stuff like this. I can already tell it's gonna be gross just from looking at this, and that's good. I'm doing hopefully good body horror. What do you guys think? Does this feel like, if you look at this pattern, can you see like, okay, this evolved into this given enough time? Being gross is part of it, indeed. Trébuchette, if that's how you say it in French. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Nice. Hell yeah. So we can kind of start there. And I think we can definitely use some animal eyes. We did it on the other, like last time. I think I used... this is definitely like an animal pupil. And some of these, like this one here, is a kobuloma. It's a, you know, it's a type of eye infection. So I use some like actual diseased eyes. So it feels like, you know, those eyes not really entirely right. So I definitely want to reuse some of it, but change things enough that it doesn't feel like I'm just like copy pasting, which I am, but I gotta copy paste in a smart way. And we definitely can reuse the eyes from the original photo because that's what it's there for. Don't know where to put it though. Could go here, for example. Since, you know, the angle will sort of match. The lighting will be a little bit off, but... Although, no, the angle doesn't match there. But it might here. I'll have to fix up some lighting stuff, but... it should work. Removing the eyebrow, of course. Of course, what we're looking at is the exterior of the eye. There's, if you think about this, you should think about the eyeball. Because the eyeball would probably be like, there's one main one in the center. And then there's another one that grows there, another one that grows there. It's kind of like an Apollonian gasket, which is a type of fractal. How did you know? But yeah, it's kind of, it's one of those like, how do you fill a circle with, am I doing all of this in the same, oh, I'm being stupid. Hold on. I shouldn't do all of this in the same layer as a sketch, which is important. Okay. Apollonian gaskets is like, if you've seen these very classic fractal triangles, where you're filling a triangle with as many triangles as possible, essentially. So you're doing this endlessly, right? That's called a Sierpinski triangle, because a guy called Sierpinski described it. You know how math is. Everything has people names. Anyway, yeah. Sierpinski triangles. Apollonian gaskets, you can start in many different ways. So you can do like, let's say 2, for example. So you fill up a circle with like any number of circles so that it fill up perfectly. And then you fill it by putting the biggest circles first, then the next, then the next, and so on. And eventually you just get this area that's filled with circles. If you've seen, if you're familiar with the Fractal series, there we go. That's an Apollonian gasket. The spider web I did in the Fractal series is an Apollonian gasket with a bunch of circles inside. This would be kind of an Apollonian gasket, except it's, let's say, an imaginary circle. It's kind of where it's going. And you have like one circle in the middle, which doesn't really work in the Apollonian gasket, but you can still do the same, kind of the same thing and grow it in the same way. And then you fill the gaps. And that's kind of a sphere version of that would be the eyeball in this person. Anyway. Let me see. Is a fractal kind of like anomalous, for lack of a better word, or is it just like recycling the extended DNA to make a fractal, if that makes sense? So you gotta accept a certain degree of magic of like, oh, the fractal knows how it's going, but you know, removing that magic from it, it essentially works by fractalizing things at the same rate they grow, so it kind of hijacks how things change, the way things change, and kind of inserts itself in this. So, for example, a way you could put it is, let's say you take a rock and you fill it with fractal juice. The rock won't change immediately, it won't start growing little rocks, but the moment it falls into a stream and then it falls down and cuts itself in two, those two halves might start showing some fractal things, and eventually it'll go down the stream and bump on all the the stream is filled with fractal juice. Every time it bumps and a little chip breaks off and it rounds, instead of becoming round, it might become more and more and more fractal until you essentially got fractal grains of sand, if that makes sense, right? It changes things at the rate where they change. So in this case, it's kind of hijacking how cells grow and turning them into this. I don't know if that made a lot of sense. Hopefully it did a little bit. You'll see the story about the AI chatbot that gave itself multiple personalities. I did not. File the images in your DMs when you're ready. On Discord. Perfect. Let me check it out. Discord. Where's Discord? Here it is. Okay, perfect. So, Matsoup unlocked the custom 5-minute edits before and just sent me an image of their cats. Look at this beauty. Okay, so puzzles. How cute. Rain suggested. Let's see. Change the background to something fucked up and evil to match her energy. Oh, let me open that for later. Axel, that sounds wild. Plotted its revenge and offered me furry porn. Oh my god, that Bing AI that they rushed into a search bar is definitely gonna cause some fuckiness. I hope it backfires on them. I would be extremely happy with it backfiring on Bing. Looks so cranky. Yes, she's so evil. It's kind of giving me demon vibes, right? I think it needs some like fire in the background or something. So let's first start with a quick little selection. Let me hit it with object selection tool, and okay, I'm gonna suggest something that might be silly, but how funny would it be if we opened Pixabay? If y'all don't know, Pixabay is one of these sites like Unsplash, but it's full of like pretty bad images, and it has a lot of Photoshop edits that are kind of bad. And sometimes we love like just looking at them and having a little laugh. And how funny would it be if Soup, you tell me something to search on Pexels, don't search it previously, and we have to take the first results. We're legally required to use that as our background. So I'm thinking something like hell or something like that. So we're pretty likely to get a pretty crummy Photoshop edit that we can put on there, because I think that would be funny. Or we can say specifically like the first Photoshop thing that appears on Pexels, because some of the first images might be just really average, might not be as fun. So the first image where you can see some like composited elements under X search. So yeah, you tell me, Soup, while I fix up the selection. That's some fucky parts. But overall did a nice job with this little selection algorithm. Something about AIs that I've seen like experts talk about, and that actually I agree quite a lot with it, but I think that ship might have sailed, is that we should use the term AI less, because AI has kind of become synonymous with anything machine learning, but it's very different to talk about, you know, the AIs like ChatGPT, which want to be like very general and want to be able to talk about anything, and these sort of like grand visions. That's very different to the AI I use a lot here, which is the object selection tool. Like, I think we're very, very different like vibes and levels, if that makes sense. One is a tool that you use for a specific purpose. I don't know, I think we should have gone with machine learning because AI implies intelligence, and I love that. Try dastardly. Ooh, dastardly. Neural network. Neural network might be good. It still implies some sort of intelligence, but because neuron, but might be better. Okay, let's go here and let's look for. Let's go into Bixby, the hell sites. Let's look for dastardly. Nothing on dastardly. Oh my god. You got saved by the rare word. Okay, I want to see something. I want to look for hell. Oh, immediately. Oh my god. I had a feeling that the first result might be... this is kind of painting. It has some painting, but it has some photo editing. There's a mix there. Should we use this one? It's kind of the Guardian. Or should we use this one? This one's really funny. I love how every building has like rebar coming out of it in like weird directions. And the buildings they're not concrete. There's not reinforced concrete. Okay, Soup, tell me which one. This one, let's call it Armageddon, or Purgatory. Rose, you have a great night. Also, this this is really funny. Oh my god, Satan has heterochromia. That's so cool. Only been there for about half a year. Oh, hold on, I missed a message before. And thank you for the save reminder, Charlotte. I don't think I've saved this image yet, the fractal one. We get to inform you that my workplace wants to start using AI in our work. There's a Slack channel called Company Loves AI. What kind of AI though? I've only been there for half a year, so it's not like I have a lot of sway, but I started prodding in around beginning with my team today and see how people feel about AI. My manager is ambivalent. I think do Armageddon. Let's go for it. I think. So it'll let me. Asks me to log in. This site is very annoying with logins. It kind of logs you out all the time and only lets you download the full image once you've logged in. Silly, but go back here. Stock photo replacement or graphics. Honestly, I know you like, I don't know how much sway you have, but I would just like go against it on a quality level, because AI generated images kind of look like mush. They don't look like anything. So I would just go. Because, you know, we are here in an art-focused community, and we're focused on, you know, the damages and that these AIs can do to artists specifically. And I think everyone is here in this chat is of the same opinion. We don't have to debate or convince anyone, but outside of this, most people, they're not really thinking about, oh, well, what will the societal effects of this be? Like, how many jobs will we lose to AI? To them, they're just like, oh, I can generate an image in 2 seconds, or I can just make it say funny things, and it's kind of a toy. And that's what it is to them. To someone, to most people. Like, I've had this completely, like, no judgment to my sister, who's a fantastic person, and I love her very much, but and she really understands, like, those like societal effects of AI, and is of the same opinion as me. But she still, like, went and played with Stable Diffusion of one of those and generated, like, AI profile pics, because it was like a funny thing to do. That's it. Like, that's how most people will see it, and that's kind of, I think, how I would approach it. I would go like, this is a fun toy, but, like, professionally, you got to think about it. You got to be practical about it. You got to see the quality that it outputs, and you got to see, like, hey, who is someone like who's getting hurt by this every time we use it, if that makes sense. Stuff we could do with in-house graphic designers. Exactly, like that's kind of how I would aim the conversation. Writing might not be so bad because honestly it's a pretty big fucking slog to have to write requests for proposal papers. Yeah, that's definitely going to be something. It's going to be really funny when we have AIs to reply to emails, and those emails they're replying to are also AI generated. And it's like, at what point do we just decide to automate most of it and not have to pretend to all be humans? Does that make sense? It's very funny to me that we'll soon have, like, AIs talking to AIs and all of them are pretending to be humans and there's no humans involved in, like, any part of the transaction. There might be a human kind of just overseeing things, but I just find that that idea really funny. Also, Mektal, something I would really pose from a practical and legal way to your workplace is saying, like, hey, you have graphic designers, whatever those graphic designers do, we have control and copyright over it. You know, the graphic designers have some kind of their copyright, of course, but, you know, as a company, you have control over it. While the anything you generate with an AI is legally meaningless in terms of copyright. Anyone can take any, like, AI image that you output and can use it. So that's kind of iffy there from a professional standpoint. That opens you up to many possible abuses. It's awful because all the AI generators are just such amazing and fascinating technology, but the way people are implementing it is so harmful, sadly. Yeah, we can't have nice things. We cannot. See, my manager appreciates that. She's one of those people that will commission artists to produce work in a private life, but she's more, if we find legal, ethical one, if we find a legal/ethical one, which I don't think exists, I think it will exist. I definitely think it will exist. I think there's no, like, even the people behind, like, Stable Diffusion and all those have gone on the record to say, in the future we won't be doing this, like, internet scraping where we're just getting images of the internet without, like, caring what's in them. They say that in the future they'll be doing their own data sets in-house and they'll be, like, selecting each image. They're taking shortcuts now, but eventually these technologies will probably get to a point where you can make them without having to have these enormous data sets, and you can just you can just have like selective ones. Some examples that I've seen pop up and I've seen people are like working on right now because they don't need as big of a data set is, let's say, a texture generator for a video game. Let's say you have an artist draw like a floor tile and you have like grass, this sort of like texture that's meant to repeat endlessly, and you want it to feel like copy pasted, because when you look at it from a distance, it'll look copy pasted. So instead of having an artist draw like so many different floor tiles so that it doesn't look copy pasted, you'll have one tile that's drawn, and then you can generate more based on it. And you saved a bunch of work. You don't really need a huge 5 billion image data set that you scraped off the internet. You can have an in-house texture only data set. And again, it's that difference between AI as a tool like I'm using here for selections. That's a perfectly ethical AI, and it's a tool and it helps. And it makes the workflow faster. It removes some of the busy work, essentially. And saves up the artist to do something else. And on the other hand, you have those AIs that want to be general. They want to solve every problem in the world. That's kind of the ones that have issues, essentially. I don't know. Does that make sense? I hope I'm not rambling too much. But it seems like your manager at least has their heart in the right place. And I would definitely like raise concerns, because there are many concerns to be raised, not only from the like ethical standpoint, but from like legal stuff. Anyway, what do you think about this soup? I think it's looking really, really like, I don't know. I love this. The cat's expression is like overly serious, and the pandemonium in the background. Manager is unfortunately at least a couple wrongs down from the people who are making decisions about it at the moment. Yeah, that's fair, and like you can't stop it if there's a decision at like the corporate level. What can you do? But yeah, if you can get like your manager and people who have their heart in the right place, if you can get them on your side, they're probably bets for you, not specifically for you, but bets for the right side of the issue, and that might give it better chances. There we go. I added some orange shine to the eyes to make it look like there's fires right behind. Hold on, one more thing and I'm done. Because I think we've gone over 5 minutes, but I've mostly been talking, so I probably have some fire ones. Atmospheric? No, that's dust. Fire. Oh, perfect. I got 2. Okay. So I take this, maybe only off to one side, and add that on screen. And then we have these embers that are rising up pretty much perfect. And I can add this on screen or color dodge. I think screen works a bit better. There we go. You got your image of puzzles. I'll give it just a quick filter over, and I'll send it over to you. Some orange. Small bit of grain. Boom, I made your cat epic. There you go. I'll send it over through Discord. I'll save it as a PSD as well. I like to keep these for fun. Call this Matt Soup's Cats. Oop. Well, it's Matt Soup's AC because I don't know how to write. I pressed enter too quick. And I will send it over to you. I think it's on my desktop. There it is. Beautiful. We made a piece of art. Copywriting is probably the most compelling argument. I think, honestly, like, as much as it's not really the most important thing about the whole AI situation, but if you want to convince a corporate entity to not really use AI, the copyright thing might be the best, like, card to play. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. It might depend on the company. It's a company that really cares about PR and ethics, that sort of thing. It might be better to pull in that from that direction. But I don't know. I'm not here to make decisions for Fractal or Fractal's company. But good luck with it. I really hope it keeps going in the right direction. And Dual Life, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Alrighty, let's keep adding eyes to this beast, to this creature. We'll have to do something for the main eye. I'm still not sure exactly what that could be. Also, I'll add this at a low opacity because, you know, we've done the sketch. We know what this eye is going to look like. By the way, if you're just coming in, we're essentially kind of expanding this fractal eye into this. It's going to be implied to be the same person. So yeah, that's what we're doing. It's going to take over the whole face, essentially. We'll see what we do with the other eyes and with, you know, with the other eye, with the nose, etc. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. In any case, reducing the opacity here so just so I can work on the eyes below it without really getting distracted by the main drawing. And now we can try and place these. And we're gonna have to work a lot with the perspective of each eye, so we still gotta take the face, the structure of the face into account, which really can make things a little bit harder, but I think this one can go here. It's the one that used to be in that same place, so it does make some sense. That it's still like the same pupil, even though I might change it in some way because I don't want it to feel like exactly the same. But we'll place it for now. And same for this eye, which used to be the one here. Now it can be here, for example. Maybe the ethical angle could be good though. The company really prides itself on how it treats people, how it values partnerships. I think that if I point out that it is valuing potential work and will be in the future looked down upon, I might probably shy away from it more. That's probably a very good argument to make. I agree. Also, the good thing about these eyes I used in the past is that I separated the pupil. Like, this is a human eye with a pupil from a toucan, if I recall correctly. Yeah, from a toucan. If you were curious, this is what it used to look like. Blue. So that's a good thing because we can actually use that in our favor if we want to make the pupil look, you know, it's the same pupil, it's the same person. So obviously that pupil could have grown into this one, but I still want it to look a bit different. It's a different image, different lighting, different eye. It's grown since. So just using the same photo but changing things a bit might help. Might do the same thing for the other eye. Although that one actually does. Interesting. Okay. So alright, so I want to take this. Change it, maybe flip it, or at least move it to one side. Do you think about this photo? It says Grumpy Cats. Is that that's the internet famous Grumpy Cat. How cute. I remember that guy. Unfortunately, even that image is not usable in terms of license. Okay, this third eye used to be this one here. So essentially the one in this corner, but it's grown since. So did I blur it? I did. Well, now I am unblur it. Grumpy Cat died? Oh. Used to be a classic, an old internet classic. You guys remember when the NFT craze was going and suddenly all these old, like, I don't know, Nyan cats and all these old internet memes came back to do NFTs. It was one of the strangest parts of that whole craze, wasn't it? The whole like, oh, bad luck Brian or whatever the fuck is back and he's getting into the scam. I don't know if Grumpy Cat did it. If Grumpy Cat is dead, I assume not, but I just got reminded. That was wild. That was a wild few, like a wild year, really, with NFTs. I'm so glad that shit is dead in the water and nobody's really talking about NFTs again anymore. It was very exhausting. Really exhausting year. Disrespecting the old masters. I mean, it was the old masters that were selling them, so they were disrespecting themselves. It was all bought by one NFT whale, so it was one guy doing it. Oh my god. I start throwing plates. But forget about all the other internet famous cats. We got Bean. What do you think Bean is up to, by the way? Okay. Chat, poll. Should I go get Bean or should I leave him to his adventures? Because he might be having fun. Hold on. Listening for meows. Thought I heard one, but... Live in Bean. We will live in B then. Yeah, if he's not meowing, which he meows really softly, which is why I'm listening in, but if he's not meowing, I assume he's not really like bored or wanting to get in. I heard like a couple before, but he'll come visit. The thing is, the door is closed, so he might just be waiting in front of it. Let me just check. If he's not waiting, I'll leave him be. He's on the cat tower we got for him, kind of on the other side of the apartment. So he's probably sleeping over there. He doesn't seem to be doing anything silly. So his adventure is he's just sleeping somewhere else. That was today's adventure. Okay, so we got this eye. I don't know if we'll use it. Okay, what's up with this one? Why is there a corner? Okay, so this eye here is a composite from a bunch of different eyes. I fused a couple of pupils together from different sources. That's how I made the eye. So that one was down here, which would make it into this one. But what I might do, just to show some sort of evolution, is I don't know if it'll work there actually, because of the angle it should be facing back a little. Yeah, I might just put this one here and then change that double pupil thing. Maybe do it a different way. Watching a popular charity live stream, one of my favorite artists other than the Val, is a surprise guest. They auctioned off some of his work and raised over $1,000. Nice. The bad news is they did it and like oh, this man looks like a horrible flower. True. So they did it too fast and you couldn't log into the site. Who's that artist, if you don't mind sharing? Okay, let me remove the Gaussian blur. There we go. So I have this. I don't really know what to do with it. Tyler Thrasher makes crystallized cicadas. Ooh, I think I've seen this. I don't know if it was you sharing it. I think I follow Tyler on Instagram. I don't. I think I've seen this. Really cool. That's dope, Maxwell. I love that. Thank you for the rec. Oh, let me delete the Gaussian blur. What I might do here, let's make this bigger. Kind of keep that weird shape, but make it go out of the out of the frame essentially, so we'll only get a bit of it. Yo, Jesus, with the intro. Hello, Jesus. Thank you so much. How are you doing? Always coming in with a splash. Jesus, go off. Jesus always goes off. Trying to bid for a camera. Ooh, what kind of camera are you getting? Canon T5A? That's good. I hope you get it. That reminds me, I got my camera right there, and I got my tripod here already, so I should maybe for one of the streams next week, if I got time for it. But I want to make a new self-portrait. I want to make something new for, you know, profile pictures online and just like something fun. And I actually came up with this a few streams ago. Just an idea that came up while speaking on stream. And it's for the cursed files. If you guys don't know what cursed files is, it's a prompt we have on the Discord server, which I'm going to link to in chat. Every 2 weeks we have a new prompt. And anyone can do art based on it. And I still have a few to catch up with because I've been really busy. So yeah, I want to catch up with a few of the previous prompts. So one of them is in your face. And I wanted to do a parasite, a plant parasite that grows inside of you, kind of saps your blood out like they do, like plant parasites do with sap, but with your blood. And then they kind of flower outside. I wanted to maybe do that as a self-portrait. So I'd like take a picture of myself and there's like a plant growing from where my eyes should be. Something like that. I don't know. Might be fun. Or I might just fractalize myself. One of them. But yeah. Something for a new profile pic. We'll see. Okay, we've been doing this whole circle of eyes. We need 1, 2, 3 big ones still. Let's see what else we got. I'm recycling from the old ones, just changing them in some way every time I add them. Okay, so these, if I recall correctly, are eyes from a cow, I think. I don't recall exactly, but I like animal eyes. And I used them for the small ones because it's kind of it feels like an eye that's still not really formed. Still kind of dead. You could potentially be rebranding yourself in 2023. Yeah. I definitely need a channel rebrand at some point. Just been putting it off. I kind of want to do away with that, with the whole Photoshop branding of it. It's fun, but it's very like limited in that way. You know, it only lets you do one thing. So yeah, I don't know. But the moment I do that, I'll have to, you know, change a bunch of things and commission a bunch of people to do stuff. So yeah, maybe I'll save up a bit and do it eventually for specifically for channel stuff. You know, for a self-portrait, I don't mind that much. It's not that big of a rebrand, if that makes sense. Just switching it up a bit because I've had the same profile pic for a year and something, a year and a half, 2 years. Time for change. Chocolate asks, is it better to have more megapixels or a better sensor? Oh, it's sensor. Yeah, I was thinking like censoring, but like sensing. I honestly don't know that much. I don't know. It might depend on what you want to do with that camera more than anything. Yeah, I can use these small ones for the little like intermediate eyes, those tiny ones that pop up in between, which I just kind of want to have to fill in the gaps. Just simple things. What about this eye? Ooh, okay, so this one is a combination between that eye from before, the one I've been using, these small ones, and the eyelids from a human. So I'll need to remove this. There we go. That one might work in this little corner here. Also, don't mind that some of the eyes look like the lighting is a little bit all over the place. Don't mind that too much. We'll fix that up. This one could be the one that kind of pops out here behind the hair. Okay, so I did a similar thing with this one. For now, mostly been recycling, so this is the easier part. Soon enough, we'll have to put them together. Have to figure that out. Also, I might do something at the base here real quick. And it's just, hold on. I'll do a copy of the original layer. And then I'll use the patch tool here. And just like fill some areas in with skin. Because we don't need that. We don't need an eyebrow. Who needs eyebrows these days? In this economy? Uh-huh. Anyway, it's kind of just as a base, so we can get a bit closer to seeing what this will look like. Oh, okay. I have an idea. Hear me out. Instead of one... Oh, here's a sketch. Instead of one big eye here, instead of it looking like, you know, there's a big pupil here, maybe the central eye is kind of this initial thing, but it's kind of all fused together. What did I just do? Turned it into a smart object. Okay. Okay. So it's just that first layer of eyes, and they fuse together, so we have maybe that initial pupil and it's kind of just faded away, and then we have other ones just, and some of them are just fused together at this point. It's just kind of a mess. I don't know. Does it sound like anything? Does it sound more interesting than just a simple... Make this bigger. Make it cover the whole thing. More interesting than a simple just eye there. Bits one pupil. It's good. Anything beats just one pupil, to be honest. You'll just have just one pupil? Sad. Hey, Lulu Likes, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome, folks. Late night Lulu raid. How are y'all? Welcome, everybody. So, for those that don't know me, my name is Eduardo, and I make Photoshop horror art. So get ready for some body horror. If you don't like that, I'm sorry. How was your stream, Lulu? What did you stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Okay, so let me show you kind of the context of what this weird thing you're seeing on screen is. Let's go into... Let me just pop into browser screen here. This is called the Fractal series. And thank you all for the follows, by the way. Acid and Peanut Butter Princess. Thank you, guys. Played a bunch of indie horror games, and it's a perfect segue then. Okay, so also if you got any indie game horror recs, I'd love to hear them, because I should play some games from time to time, and indie horror is always a good genre. So here we do Photoshop horror, and this is kind of one of my main series. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Lulu. I really appreciate it. So I'll give you guys a link so you can read this at your own pace if you want to. It's right there in the chats. So this is called the Fractal series, and it's kind of a parallel universe, essentially, that's from ours, that gets taken over by the concept of a fractal. So if you've read Uzumaki by Junji Ito, you might have a good point of comparison here. Another good comparison is Annihilation, which also has a lot of the same colors and themes. So this timeline starts in 2006 when a ship capsizes, and some strange chemical in the ship starts spreading out. This weird oil spill starts forming fractal shapes around it, and the first weird sign that we're against something strange and new is that the fishes in the area start getting fractalized, start growing in weird patterns. So eventually this like weird fractal substance, this strange oil, that keeps growing and growing and growing. It gets picked up into the atmosphere, into a hurricane, and goes into the land. And we start seeing the animals start getting affected slowly over time. We see animals and plants not only getting physically changed, but also behaviorally. So these birds start flocking in fractal patterns. So this spider, which also has fractal legs, starts building a fractal spider web. Eventually, though, it starts affecting humans. It starts as like, bacteria that should be normal in your mouth start growing and causing an infection. Starts like small signs like this. Eventually, though, it starts taking over the body, and we'll have like maybe the pupil of your eye will start changing shape, or your teeth will start growing teeth, and will start growing teeth, and will start growing teeth, and so on. Or your fingernails will start growing and going off to the sides. It's like cresting in plants. Yeah, great example. Gotta go. Okay, Soup, you have a good night. Thank you for coming. Also, new psych, or new psych, I don't know how to pronounce that. And generic side quests. Thank you guys for the follows. Not the throat. More teeth sounds nice. Oh, it'll get worse. Don't worry. Obviously, just like the birds before, it starts affecting humans in a behavioral way as well. So what we're seeing here is the brain slowly getting fractalized, and people start doing the same thing as those birds. These are people trying to form a queue. They're trying to queue to get into this line here, and they've spontaneously formed a fractal pattern, the very same one we saw with the birds. Or this is kids trying to do a hopscotch, and their brains have been fractalized to a point where they just keep doing the hopscotch and keep like making it branch over and over. Eventually, there's a few years after the fractal starts infecting people, eventually a religion forms around it. And this is where we're getting into the eye I was doing before. I'll keep doing it in a minute once I finish explaining here. People start voluntarily subjecting themselves to this strange like fractal chemical that they've now isolated. And let's say you're a blind person, your eye's messed up, there's no way to fix it. You put this fractal juice, which it's not the canon name for it, the canon name is Hausdorff D2.5, but we call it fractal juice here for friends. Let's say you pour the fractal juice into your eye. What happens? You start growing new eyes, and now you can see again. That is a fucked up one, but it is a miracle in a way, right? So you can see how people, between their brains themselves being fractalized and these sort of things that they start seeing, like suddenly you can have like amputees growing new legs, you can have blind people who can see, like there's a sort of, like new potential about it. It's miraculous in a way. But this goes south real quick, because there's a branch from this religion, a kind of extremist branch forms, and they go further than just saying like, hey, we should convince people to voluntarily subject themselves to this fractal thing, to this fractal juice. They say no, everybody should be fractalized. This is a gift to the world. Everybody should be going through this. And they decide to take this fractal substance, vaporize it in the air over major cities in the world, and as it vaporizes and fills the air and fills the clouds and rains down, tens of millions of people are affected by this. And now we see one of these people celebrating here in front of the puddle through a reflection. They've been pretty badly fractalized already. And here we can see the people like spreading it into the atmosphere over major cities. Now what happens in this timeline after this is that as like huge numbers of people in major metropolitan centers start getting, falling to this fractal, it kind of starts feeling like a growing infection, and governments around the world decide to just like kind of lock down the cities, or just like put them under siege, essentially, and not let anyone escape them. So people rebel against that. They go out and start burning shit, and kind of starts like riots, and the police clash against the rioters. And since the rioters are unarmed and they're already fractalized, they don't care. They start using the fractal as kind of a chemical weapon. And here we see the police against essentially a wall of fire that's just full of this thing. So that's where we are at in the series currently. Where it's going to go in the future. The war, this sort of war, and this conflict is going to escalate and escalate until eventually, like, most people are fractalized and it kind of dies down that way. Then people start gathering, and essentially those fractal behaviors that we saw before just keep going and going until people start just building huge mega structures that are completely senseless. They just get together and start building and building and building, like self-repeating structures that grow tall into the skies. And then we get to this part, which is where we're here, is that the same people that first were seen as miracles, these things like, oh, now this blind person can see, it just keeps going. The fractal doesn't care, like, it's just doing its thing. It's just growing and growing and growing and growing. So this person who at first had, like, regained the ability to see, now their entire face is taken over by eyes that just keep growing. And this person eventually won't make it, right? At some point, there will be no more space for the brain or the brainstem, and something will give. And eventually, as you can probably imagine, there's an apocalypse story. It goes down to the absolute collapse of civilization and humankind. And every human dies. Spoilers. I've gone through the whole series. For the Raiders. We need a fractal juice mode. That would be good. Sipping it up. We did briefly talk about starfish growing new limbs earlier. That's a perfect analogy. Yeah, that's kind of... Imagine if you were subjected to this, like, weird chemical that made your body kind of essentially keep growing and growing and growing in a specific way. You can pet all the animals with that many hands. That's true. Thank you, Psych. I'm glad it's an inspiration. I've been really having a lot of fun with this series. I forget, but is a fractal in any way sentient, or does it have its own will to live? Is it encouraging the spread? No, I see the fractal more as a force of nature. It's only spreading because of humans and how it's, like, messing with humans' brains, but it doesn't really have a will. The fractal is like a hurricane or math. It just is. It doesn't choose who it affects, how it affects things. It just happens to affect humans in a specific way that leads to their complete downfall. And I say they because I'm not human. Big ups, Toronto. Toronto is canonically fractalized in this world. But yeah, sorry for spoiling the whole series. I think it's more about the journey than the destination. We all know the series is going towards apocalypse. It kind of, at first you may not, like, really see where it's heading, but I feel like as you read it, it kind of becomes obvious, like, where it's going. There's no stopping this. The fractal, there's no cure, quote unquote. It's just going to keep going. And humans, instead of just, sitting down and focusing on trying to cure it or halt its spread, it's just going to make it worse. It's just going to start fighting. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for so many things. And, it's really... it's really interesting how, I started doing this series 2 years ago or so, and how it's been aligning with so many things, like how a few parts of the series can really line up with, you know, how governments responded to COVID, or how governments are responding to oil spills, not chemical spills, like it's happening right now in Ohio and a few other places. I think it's been really crazy lately. Yeah, it happens to just line up with reality in so many interesting ways, which I didn't plan for, but it's just strange that way. Din din din. Welcome. So yeah, this is where we're at right now. If it's your first time seeing a Photoshop edit, do not worry. It looks like shit until it doesn't. At some point, it'll stop looking like shit. I can't tell when that'll be, but yeah, essentially, at this later point in the series, we're kind of skipping forward, essentially, because I want to do some future things in the series and then kind of come back to old ones, skip around a bit more. Here, we're coming back, or we're skipping forward to one of the later stages of this fractalization, where people are, you know, we're seeing the final stages before the people we've seen before in the series are essentially about to succumb to the fractal. Val the prophets. So this is the eye person that we saw pour the fractal juice on their eye before. Now being taken over by the growing eyes. I also want to do the teeth person, so that would be this image here, the person who started growing teeth on their teeth, and have that kind of like I did with what I'm doing with the eye right now, where the teeth have grown so much that the entire mouth is just teeth, and there's just like a bunch of teeth fused together to the point where the person can probably not like open their mouth anymore. So they're kind of screwed at that point, right? And teeth are just going to keep growing. Or they can't close their mouth. It's just like, you know, all teeth. And what's the other one I wanted to do? I wanted to do the teeth one. I wanted to do the... Oh yeah. The eye one, of course. And the arms one. So one of these people who start growing arms. Essentially getting to a point where maybe there are so many arms, you can't even see anything. It's like... this is how I'm imagining it. Bear with my shitty sketching, but essentially, partners up. Essentially, it would just be like 2 legs and then a sphere, and that sphere is just arms. It's just, this is where the arms were before. And the torso would be there. And the face would be somewhere behind here. But there's just so many arms. And they've grown in these branching patterns. And essentially just... I got into the end points of this whole thing, right? They just can't take up any more space. So it would be like 2 legs and then a bunch of arms. Crows Vitruvius, man, exactly. Let me remove the Gaussian blurs. I'm here. I'm reusing a lot of parts from this original one. Kind of repurposing a lot of the layers. So I'm modifying them so they don't feel the same. But still, like, there's a lot of material I could reuse there, so I wouldn't die. when you keep a plant in a small pot and it root binds itself. Oh yeah, okay, I get what you mean. Same thing. That one might be a bit hard to do, but I'd like to do it. I think it would be fun to see the extreme version of some of the characters we've been seeing throughout. Because also you can I won't mention by name like in the series, like, hey, we saw these guys before. But I think if you've seen this and now you see this, you'll probably just guess like, oh yeah, I just saw this one on the other story. Okay, so I'm making this just low opacity so we can see what the hell I'm doing. And I'm gonna reuse, okay, this eye number 9. Might reuse it here. Okay. So I'm using this one a lot, so I might just switch that one around, use a different pupil. I just like this pupil. It's from, I think it was from a cow, but it just feels like close enough to a human that you can say like, yeah, maybe it's just started growing. It's not really super well formed yet, but different enough that, you know, it feels unnatural and weird. Okay, so that's all the ones we can reuse, I think. Except for maybe small ones, but... So that already saved us quite a bit of work. Now we need 3 more main ones, so here, here, and here. And yeah, maybe some others, because we need this here. I wonder what I'll do with the other eye, because at some point it's kind of grown into that area, and it would maybe push it. I don't know. Should I just delete it? Should I just do a... where's the patch tool? Here. Should I just do that? Oh. I flipped it. There we go. Yeah, it feels kind of empty if I don't. So let me just get a selection of this. Now I can just move it independently. So we kind of squish it. Just a little, we can't do that too much. I might do that with the eyebrow as well. It kind of goes with the eye. Because obviously this whole thing would cause some major bone restructuring. Like, this would push everything around. Can you imagine how much that would hurt? Ew. It's like every bone in your face been pulled apart. So 1, 2, 3 eyes. Let's go get them. I think we'll go to Unsplash. Search for eyes. We need a couple that are in a different angle. We need one that's seen from above a little bit, seen from here, and one that's seen from below, essentially. Let's see if we can find that. This one could work as the one seen from below. There's kind of some hair in the middle. Could be useful. This one's too close. That's another one of those things. A lot of the eye photos I will find are very, very big close-ups. So they sort of, you know, that sort of distorts them. If you guys remember where this was used, shoutouts to you. What about this one? Nah. This one from the side might work. There's a lot of makeup and retouching. So I'm not sure, but a good try. This one might be good. And another thing, obviously, is we can look for non-human eyes. As long as the shape of the eyelids and stuff is sort of human, we can honestly get away with a bunch of different animals. For the other one I used a toucan, so... Use one of those bean's eyes. Might be too blue, unfortunately, like too light. This person has brown eyes. Okay, let's just see the ones we got, because we got quite a few. Let's give it a try. Let's see. Let me see this one. It might be too light as well. But maybe we'll use a different pupil. We'll just use this for the shape. Let me see if this works. I'll have to edit it quite a bit. But if it works, it works. Nah. It'll be hard to fit in this angle. It's kind of a very specific angle. Could work here, though. So I don't mind too much that some of the eyes might be bigger, some might be smaller. The chaos is part of the fun. So make that brown. I don't know, still not entirely sure about that one, but we'll leave it there for now. Let me see about this one. Maybe. Try not to use eyelashes too much, because those will get really, really messy and stop being readable once you get so many eyes in the same place. Use this one there instead of whatever other one was here. Googly eyes. Perfect. Did it not pop up, the googly eye thing? Ah. I didn't see it. The very center. I mean, you know what? It'll do it as a great placeholder, at the very least. But we start actually putting some work into it. Let me make it a bit smaller so I can manage the edges though. There we go. The actual fractal eye. Here it was all along. Hey Evie-san, horror art indeed, with googly eyes. That's just a bonus. Let's see, this eye here. Will it work? Guess we shall see. Use my soft brush. Select just the eye, because that's all we need. A little bit of makeup, but we'll remove it. Imagine doing makeup on a million fractal eyes. Imagine having that patience. That's actually the fun thing here. That not many people have noticed. The main eye here has makeup, and we actually made the makeup go into some of the smaller eyes and kind of continued it. So this person applied makeup and still did it as their eye was fractal, but at this point I don't think they would care. At this point they're probably thinking, I made a really bad decision. Unless they've completely lost their mind at this point, which is a possibility as well. They do have makeup tutorials for different eye shapes. Maybe they... That's true. Yeah, you could definitely carve out a niche in the fractal world by doing makeup tutorials for fractal people. How to take care of your fractal skin. We spent last hour drawing details on a pair of shoes, only to realize they're wearing jeans. I can see half her shoes in the first place. Oh no. Maybe you just pull the jeans up a little bit. Exactly, roll them up at the ankle. Michael has the idea. Still not sure about that eye. Let me see, maybe it'll work here instead. Ooh. It actually kinda does. She's a lesbian, I can cuff them. I love that reasoning. Okay, we still need one big eye. And it would still need to be one that's seen from a bit of an angle. And it's kind of an awkward angle for this eye. Which is why I've tried two already and it doesn't really work. But maybe this one? Let's see. Hey, that's the wrong one. Oh, here. See if there's an angle that works for this. Oh, we have the hair that we can totally use to hide some of our problem here. Hide a little bit of the angle problem through the magic of hair. You know what? I think that'll do. I think that will work. Oh, thank you for the save reminder. Okay, we've done all the main eyes here in our sketch. Let me pull out the sketch once more. There's definitely going to be some of the small ones that we can add in, but that'll probably be dependent. Like, let's say here, there's a small eye around that corner. But now it's kind of awkward there. There might be a little corner there, but it might not even exist. So we can maybe just skip that one. Now the main part is we got to do a big central eye. And that's just going to be a bunch of pupils stuck together. I still want to have the first one, that very like original one. We just open the original PSD. That first one in the center, that's kind of clouded over because it's still the same eye at the end of the day. That's like kind of the source of it. But then I want to have a bunch of other pupils or irises kind of fusing together in there. Thank you, Decoract. I hope it'll look cool once we fuse everything together. Okay, so I think this right here called base, it's gonna be our main eye. Let's see. Let's drop it down there. Yeah. That'll do. Let's put on the sketch again. Kind of use it as a guide. Where's the sketch? Yeah. Hold on. Let me put on the sketch at a low opacity. I also wonder what it'll look like. But you know, sometimes you don't really know until you get there. It's part of the mystery. No contacts. Oh, the original person in that. In this, I had contacts, and I had to remove the traces of them. You can see it if you look really close to the eye. You can see a little bit of an edge. Kind of a clean edge from, you know, the edge of the contacts. Alright, now I think we can reuse some pupils from the other eyes. We could just mix and match and combine. I'm also going to do something real quick here. It's an action I got called grain. Since the original picture has a lot of grain, like, okay, let's zoom in. This is the original. And this is anything I've added, so you can see the difference in grain here. So what I'm gonna do is add this, then make it larger until hopefully it matches the size of that grain. Even larger. Damn, that's some thick grain, boy. Okay, that should hopefully match a bit better. And I'll just put this on overlay. it'll help blend things together a little bit. It's not gonna do a huge, amazing thing, but it'll do something. Perhaps the vision processing part of the brain gets fractalized as well. Oh yeah, you definitely need some of that. Otherwise it'll just probably look scrambled. If it all goes to the same nerve. But you know, the brain has a lot of plasticity, which means the brain adapts to anything you throw at it pretty quickly, especially the younger you are. And yeah, I can mean your brain can, if you throw a very new situation at it, it'll eventually kind of get the hang of it. So if you suddenly like see in a very different way, you'll be confused at first, but eventually it'll get there, I think. I don't know. It's pretty untested since there is no fractal juice in the real world yet. I'll just leave that one there. Since I didn't end up using it, I'll just place it in a new little corner. Find it a new place. Okay, how should I do the sclera? The sclera being the white part of the eye. What did I use here? I think I just used the original eye. It has some pretty good sclera. Wonder how far neuroplasticity can go? Well, only one way to test it. Drink the juice. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Just drink the juice. You only have 2 optical nerves. Well, if you're non-fractal, I must drink it for science reasons. Okay, what I'm doing here is a really simple technique. You just clone stamp and then patch. And that way you can essentially cut out like little bits. Like just having a small sample, you can cut out. You can fill it in with just a small sample, essentially. Will it look perfect? No. You'll see a lot of repeated textures, etc. But it'll probably not really matter because we'll be adding a bunch of pupils to it, so. It'll be a terrifying but simple base. Okay, so I'm filling this in. I use that for pimple removal. Yeah. The patch tool is really useful for that. You probably don't need to combine patch tool and clone sap for just a pimple, but maybe for a complicated one you can. Hey Rakut. Neighbors who party at night. Same here. We've had the carnival is soon here, so there's a lot of parties every weekend. Kind of the carnival season. So there'll be music all through the nights. That's fine. I don't really hear it since I'm speaking over it, and I got music in my ears myself, so. Okay, we've created a horrifying little thing here. Still be live in the work study VC after stream. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, for those that don't know, in the Discord, which I will link in the chat once again if you want to join, we have a voice channel for, you know, work and study, so you can like just be there and study and be around other people. Or do your work. You can mute yourself. You can just watch other people do their stuff on stream. Just a voice chat meant to be a bit more chill. Okay, this looks kind of terrifying for now, but we'll get there. We need to fill in a lot of this space. Let me remove the sketch and see what the hell I'm doing. Okay, there's our big base, which is Root Hive here. I'll just put this on top, I think, right over here. Also same deck racked. Every time I'm on here, like while I'm not streaming or anything, obviously while I'm streaming too, as you can hear right now, but I'll always have some music on. It's very creepy once you only have once you have this little thing in the middle. Don't like it. Obviously, I'm not gonna keep it because it wouldn't make a lot of sense, but Craving eggs and black olives. Okay, we'll still need to fill in a lot of this texture, but for now, I'm giving it some depth. That'll be 3 layers. Normal layer to help give it a kind of a base coat. There we go. It's looking terrifying so far. Yeah, this big eye is not gonna look as big once we're done, hopefully, because it'll have a bunch of pupils in it. Kind of be like a mix of a bunch of different eyes, more than one big one with a tiny little iris on it. Now we'll add some colors. Kind of want to reduce how blue it is, at least in the shadows. Eggs and olives. Don't think about it. Touch of Chaos, thank you so much for that follow. Thank you. This is really creepy once you remove. Once you just leave the eye. Alright, let's see if I can figure that out. Let's call this pupil main. No, it's not a pupil, but well, it has a pupil, or it had. It's just shorthand for me. The chicken and egg debate. I love that. Makes it sound like there's like a group of old men just sitting around a table and strongly debating whether it's the chicken or the egg that came first. And obviously it's the egg, because eggs are much older than chickens. Like at some point you had something you could not call it chicken because it was a different species, and it laid an egg, and it created like the next thing that came out you could call it chicken through whatever random mutation, whatever points you decide to start calling it a chicken. But eggs were there before. Eggs were there, like fishes were laying eggs way before they evolved into chickens. So I'm very sorry, Decoract. This day in history, Pluto was discovered in 1930. That little rock. Should try being a planet for once. A dinosaur accidentally had a chicken. I don't think it was that linear, but... One day a dinosaur laid an egg and somehow a chicken came out. I guess technically, since all birds are dinosaurs, there is an argument for that. Technically, if chickens are dinosaurs, which they are, and chicken came out of a different species at some point, it is absolutely technically true that a dinosaur laid an egg and a chicken came out. That actually happens. I guess it actually happens every time a chicken comes out, if a chicken is a dinosaur. So every time a chicken appears in the world, it's a dinosaur that laid an egg and a chicken came out. I will fight you about that. I forgot I had cookies in the oven and suddenly it smelled like burning. Oh no. Good luck, chocolate. I hope you can save them. To be honest, when the debate was first brought up, I thought they were referring to the debate to which food is better. Well, that's entirely another debate. I'll go with egg again. Because chicken is great. It's a great type of meat. But egg? Egg is used in everything. Egg is like one of the quintessential ingredients. So I'm sorry, I'm siding with egg again. I know you might be disappointed, that's correct, but... You can complain to whoever made up so many egg recipes. That's their fault, I think. Dinosaur-shaped nuggets are made from real dinosaurs. That's true. That's so deep. I love it, because it feels like we're having a stoner conversation here. And those are the best type of conversations, I'm gonna be honest. As an ingredient, egg is better, but as an individual food, egg is nothing on chicken. how do you, what metric are you judging these on? What is an individual food? Are you just eating the chicken raw? Have you prepared it in some way? Are you just eating the egg raw? Because both would be pretty bad. Or have you prepared it in some way? If so, how? Are you doing scrambled eggs? Are you just boiling the egg? What are you doing to the chicken? Should you maybe, if you want to just judge the foods by themselves, you should prepare them the same way. So maybe you should boil that chicken and boil the egg and then compare. I think the egg still wins. That reminds me of that meme with the dinosaurs turning into oil, turning into plastic dinosaurs. A trace of the true self remains in the false self, or whatever. I love that. Scrambled eggs versus boiled eggs? Scrambled always. Scrambled eggs with chicken. You've solved it. Poached chicken versus eggs. You're poaching a chicken. You're destroying my worldview. Hey, that's what we're here for. We're here to kick ass and destroy worldviews. Also, oh my god, it's 6:30 already. We're still a long ways off from this one. But I think, if I recall correctly, this one took a couple streams, or at least a very long stream to do. So it's not, we're not too far from there. It's a even more complicated version of it. So, how about this? We leave this where it is currently. It's still kind of unfinished, not very unfinished, but we can take a look at this and be happy in the fact that it'll look better, hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that it will look cool. If I can manage to, you know, bring everything together in a way that looks nice. I think definitely once I start mixing the pupils here, just put a bunch of them, make it a kind of more of a mass of things instead of just a lot of whites and then a little pupil in here. That kind of looks weird. So once I make that look better, it'll help a bunch, I hope. Wheel? You got a wheel? Show me, show me. Let's do the wheel. If you got it. If you don't, then no wheel today. You must create a wheel and keep it for the next stream then. No worries. There is no rush. There is no need to do one every stream. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll leave it at that for today. That's gonna be it, because it's getting very late. Okay, so it's Friday. We will be back, if all goes well, on Monday. But tomorrow, if I'm not super busy, I might try to sneak a little stream in. Don't think this is a promise. I say this many times, and more often than not, it's not correct. But I will try. So yeah. We'll see if tomorrow I can do one. Otherwise, we'll be back on Monday for the regular stream. We'll probably finish this. Maybe if we finish it fairly quickly, maybe we'll have time to do another Fractal thing. And that'll be good, I hope. Yeah. That's gonna do it for tonight. I can't bring you the bean, because the bean is all the way over there. So, we'll see Bean next stream. I guess he wanted a little bit of peace and tranquility for the night. Because he was just to the vet, and he was a little bit burnt out of people, I think. Siphon, don't worry, keep it to the next stream, it's fine. Yeah, y'all, it's been a fantastic one. I hope you have a great time zone, wherever you are, and I'll see you back on Monday. Have a good one.